Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ay, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like. 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Ladies, gentlemen, gays and theys, and everyone in that wonderful technicolor rainbow in between, welcome to tonight's coverage of the Titan Esports Winter Vanquisher Split, our final piece of coverage as we are here in the finals. I am Whatterbirdie, and joining me tonight is someone who you should be pretty familiar with if you've been keeping up with our journey throughout this Vanquisher Split. It's Leslie. How you doing tonight, Leslie?
I am doing great. I am so excited to see these teams in action tonight. Obviously, TMGD, I have been following them all split. Mojo and I have been casting just about every single one of their games. We've had a great time. The series last week against Half-Orc Barbarians was an absolute banger. And on the flip side, Sourcewalker, a person that I actually know personally. We worked together in the Nameless, coached on some teams before together. Excited to see them and Omega Gaming Goobers kind of go through and, can they take down the powerhouse that is TMGD tonight?
Yeah, we have had the privilege of watching TMGDK throughout the entirety of their split here through the Titan Vanquisher League. They have helped us out on the side, making sure that that second stream does stay up and running. So we give them a little bit of that extra coverage. It's fair is fair around here. And they've been a hell of a team to watch throughout the entirety of the split. And I'm super happy that we get to cast them here in the finals. Like you mentioned, this is a team that has put out some performances upon performances. Unfortunately, last week, Sater and I were casting I say unfortunately, we got to cast another grand finals for the Gladiator League, but that does mean that we ended up missing some of the semifinals coverage for the TMG series and the OMG series. Now, you got to watch said series and catch Half-Orc Barbarians, I think, for a lot of people who were expecting them to meet the finals, surprisingly lose in that 5-game series. Tell me what your thoughts were coming out of that series and now coming into this one.
Well, the first thing that I want to point out is, of course, I want to give a lot of credit to Homura. He stepped in and was the jungle for a big part of the split in the beginning, and then transitioned into that support role. And Homura absolutely carried a couple of those games in that 5-game series. And I think, the ability of Ninja and Homura to link up was just so powerful. And that ability, whether that happens tonight or not, is going to be key to whether they can get through, Omega Gaming. And I think, credit Sourcewalker, as we'll see later tonight, arguably the best jungler in the league right now. So definitely something to see kind of how that splits and meets up. But Homura, my takeaway is Homura, absolute legend. I think I expect to see a lot of great things from them tonight.
Yeah, and now we're jumping in here. It's the draft. It's game number 1. And we have to remember, we've harped on it all season. We're going to harp on it one last time. It's a fearless draft system. So we will not be seeing any of these champions that we see in this game number 1 throughout the rest of this series. We are going to see a couple of the bans here coming through this first phase, though. Master Yi and Urgot, 2 bans that have been constantly against OMG, I think, throughout the entirety of their season. Whereas OMG on the other side are going to be taking away the Aurora and the Hwei, making sure that FYS does not get those comfort picks.
Yeah, absolutely. FYS, somebody who's been in the scene quite a while, maybe didn't have the greatest reputation in Immortal in previous splits, coming into Vanquisher and being absolutely dominant, just absolutely turning things around, being a huge focal point for this team. As you see him receiving 3 bans, essentially, as they go into this B1, really trying to pull him off of comfort. But there's definitely a couple of picks out here. What's your favorite B1 right now in this split? Is Eris locked in?
I think a lot of the 80 carries are definitely up there in terms of B1s, just because the 80 carry pool has ended up widening out, I think, a lot more than people anticipated, but also the strongest ones, those top ends, your Caitlyn's, your Varus's, your Callistas, are still so dang strong, and it's hard to find those counter picks in lanes that aren't like, hey, we're going to sneak a mage down there, or we're going to pull a Half-Orc Barbarians and put Revnon on a tank down there with like something like a set. Shout out to Revnon. We're sad that you missed the finals,
Revnon's
but you put on a hell of... We put on a hell of a performance through the entirety of the season, and we love you for it. But yeah, Varus is up there for one of those good first picks. I do like OMG immediately responding with a good mid-jungle duo here. Syndra and Jarvan are able to put out a lot of work in the 2v2.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Varus, one of those great neutral 80 carries, allowing you flexibility in how you choose to take your support. Of course, Homura showcasing a ton of value on those those enchanter supports, but has some value on those engaged supports as well. I see the Jax locked in, one of those basically number 1 pick for Night Ravens. He has not been able to play it a lot this split. The Gragas going to be casually locked in, as that is a pretty normal response to the Jax.
Yeah.
I do like the Vi, just the consistent go button. I've talked about it a lot over the course of Vanquisher, just the teams who, a little bit easier to execute. Easy execution tends to help you especially when you think about game one and the nerves that are going to be happening for this grand finals. Like, I do like to see the teams overall picking some easier to execute comps. You know, like you said, J4 Syndra, a very strong jungle duo, a lot of CC. It'll be interesting to see what they pair with this Vi, especially because Ari and LeBlanc are both already off the table.
Yeah, I think also important to note, we are on patch 25.7, so this is the visually updated LeBlanc. Nothing has really changed in terms of gameplay, but her abilities just look a lot prettier, and I'm personally happy for that. Yeah. I like the idea of OMG here. You let Night Ravens have that Jax first round and say, hey, you can pick it up, that's fine. We're going to grab the counter before it gets banned out, make sure we have that in our pocket, and, you know, we don't have to deal with the Jax for the rest of the series. So if we win this game, we don't have to see Jax again, and even if we lose, hey, at the very least, Jax is out of the pool. Night Ravens can't have that again. We are going to see a couple more bottom lane focus bans, though, with the supports on TMG DK's side, as OMG may be looking to pull out a Xayah Rakan here with that early Xayah pick into the Varus, as TMG are just going to continue with the game plan. Victor Vi in the mid lane as the Lulu, that Enchanter support you were calling out for Kimura, is going to be locked in.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the Vi, they actually have some really good counter engage tools that I think we'll see as the Rel. Definitely a lot more go buttons for the side of OMG. Like we said, we talk about easy to execute drafts. I mean, just looking at this as a blanket statement, I've got to give the edge to OMG a little bit here. You know, the way they're to execute those team fights is going to be a lot easier to get in, you know, versus TMGD. If they can get to those objectives first, they can set up correct vision. You know, the use of the cease and desist from Vi is going to be key to kind of finding those picks. We'll see what happens, but you know what? I think we're good for a good game one. I mean, there's a lot of powerful picks shown here. You know, FYS's Victor has had some games this season, so we're going to see that pick up. Obviously, the laning phase, you know, has got a little bit on Syndra in those early levels, but as Syndra starts to get those splinters, her wave cleared is kind of unparalleled. The second Dark Sphere, a little buzzed in when it comes to pushing those waves in. So we'll see if she can reach that before the upgraded Hextech Ray, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think I'm with you in the same boat here. OMG has a lot of good go buttons. You've got Rel and Jarvan just as a good 1-2 punch, and Gragas to follow up if you need any extra engage. TMGDK, they've got one go button in that Vi ult. They're going to say, hey, if we Vi ult the Xayah and she doesn't have ulti, or if we Vi ult the Syndra and we can get follow up on her, great, fantastic, we can take a fight. But otherwise, they're playing entirely counter engage here. They're saying, hey, Rel's going to come in, Jarvan's going to come in, as long as we can protect our backline, our Victor and our Varus, as long as they can stay alive, we'll pump out more DPS, we'll find the win. And that's a really difficult style of team comp to actually execute, especially into a composition like this with so much crowd control, and a lot of it not able to be tenacity. The Gragas knockups, the Rel knockup, the Rel magnetized pull-in, the Jarvan knockup, all of it cannot be tenacity, cleanse, CC immune. Can be CC immune, but there's no CC immunity for the TMG side. It's going to be a very difficult game for them to pilot, but again, like you said, if they get to their spots, if they set up first, if they're able to play around the fights and keep Crushing Rock and FYS alive, it should be smooth sailing for them. But as we've seen in Vanquisher games, it's never smooth sailing.
Well, yeah, and something to point out is the Cataclysm from Jarvan is just so effective here. Immobile mid lane mage, immobile bot lane AD carry. You know, immobile like support. It's just immobile support, right? I mean, so I'm not saying they can't absorb that, and that's what they're going to have to do. Obviously, Chains of Corruption, you know, if you can land those things, Arcane Storm, there's some damage that can be pumped out, but especially in the early levels, I think OMG has the opportunity to kind of take control of the map. And, you know, if they can come out and keep the tempo correct, I think they can kind of run away with this one from a team comp standpoint.
Yeah, I think we've discussed the team comps enough here. It's just going to be a matter of how these players do end up executing on the Rift. And that ends up being what a lot of these games can come down to. Sater and I talk about this very often when we're on the broadcast. Sater is a big on draft analysis guy. He likes getting into the weeds about particular champion matchups and build paths and how champions can counter each other. And yeah, that's fantastic and all. And, you know, it is really good to know how your champion can effectively build and position to beat the enemy champion, but a lot of it is about actually executing on it in a game. Because yeah, you can know that Gragas counters Jax in the laning phase, and you can understand like, hey, whenever he jumps in, I belly bop, I get an auto attack and a Q off, and I phase rush and walk away. If you know how to do that, fantastic. If you can actually do it on the Rift, even better.
No, absolutely. I think execution is often overlooked. I mean, as we've seen through many games of Split, where drafts are even crazy, you know, super one-sided, and yet they don't work out, they don't get executed correctly, and then, you know, it's basically a toss-up either way. No, I definitely, and especially when you think about a grand finals, both these teams have had really great paths to get here. You know, yes, TMGD has been dominant, but they hit a wall last week, and it took a lot for them to get over that wall. That series could have gone either way. We could have easily had Half-Orc Barbarians sitting here in this game today. You know, and Omega Gaming, they had so many hurdles to jump over this season, and they did it, and now they're here. So, like you said, I think it's going to come down to execution as we get into game one.
Yeah, I do think it's really interesting that if you look back across both of these teams' matchups through the entirety of the playoffs here, they haven't played outside of TMG in one series. They have all been 5 games, not 4, just 5. TMG had 1-3-0 over ID Honeyfruit, but everything else, OMG Lane Saber, best of goes to 5. Flash Syndicate OMG goes to 5. TMG Half-Orc goes to 5. Do you think we go 5 here tonight?
I think it's a grand finals, and I think that neither of these teams are going to let go willingly. I think as dominant as TMGD is, OMG has just as much of a chance here tonight, and I think 5 games is very likely.
We are just waiting on any potential updates about actually getting into the game itself. Just hoping to hear from our producer here, as we've pretty much exhausted the talk about the draft itself. We've mentioned everything I think we possibly can. Do you have a series prediction coming into this now that you've seen the draft for game number 1? Obviously, we don't know games 2 through 5 yet, but were you coming into this with any favor for either of these teams?
So I do, and I'm a little bit biased. Of course, you know, I do know Sourcewalker. I gave him some shout out last week and wished him luck in his series. But TMGD, I have them winning this series. I talked it over with Mojo. I think 3-2 in favor of TMGD is where I'm sitting. I don't think it's going to come easy, but I do think they're going to come out on top.
Okay. I was in a very similar camp to you, but I think this is going to be one of our first series to go to 4 games specifically. I have 3-1 for TMG. I do think OMG is an incredibly good team, and as we'll see later on the line, no spoilers, but they do have some hardware to take home as well. They got some awards of their own. That's something to talk about later, though. But I think TMGDK has just been an incredibly complete team. They know how to pilot different styles of team compositions. They work incredibly well together as a unit of 5, whereas I think OMG is 5 incredibly talented players who are all very good at what they do. Sometimes they do lack the ability to actually link up in these tighter scenarios and these high stress scenarios, which is why some of their series goes to 5. But TMGDK, despite some of their series also going the distance, I think they are, if you call OMG 5 different fingers, I think TMGDK is a full hand.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to get jumped in here for game number 1 already.
Jumping onto the Rift. We are here. It's on the Rift. It's game number 1. It's OMG. It's TMGDK. And we're hoping for some good manners maybe to start it off, but I see Epitome has that first strike, and I'm wondering, how greedy are you to look for that extra 5 gold at the start?
You know what? If
FYS is the first to strike. Oh, no good manners in this mid lane.
Nope, not at all. No dancing. If that was me, I'd be typing rude in chat as he stops the back one more time. Oh my gosh. Something to note, I do believe OMG has Blush playing today.
Yes.
Something just for us to pick up on. You know, one of their subs playing, so it'll be interesting to see is a little bit of damage on Panda. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I do think it is important to note that Blush will be stepping in here as a sub coming into the final series for your team. It's unfortunate that they don't have their normal AD carry, Drew Barrymore, but you deal with what you have to deal with, and for Blush, now it's just a matter of stepping up when the pressure is at its highest.
Yeah, absolutely, and interesting to see, of course, both junglers pathing towards the spot side. Of course, you know, the top side, both have TP, you know, Grasp and Phase Rush, not a whole lot, you know, that Jax isn't going to be able to do too much, that belly bump being very effective, but, you know, Gragas shouldn't realistically be able to do too much in the early levels too, so not surprising to see those junglers there, as it does look like Sourcewalker actually looking to shorten up his camps to maybe get to that bot side a little sooner.
Yeah, Raptors immediately into Wolves and then the rest of the bottom side camps. Jarvan is known for his much more aggressive pathing, I would say, in general, as he's got a fight on the bottom lane here. Mura's going to take a little bit of damage, but Blush is the target for Crushing Rock. Mura already down under half HP, but so is Blush, and Crushing Rock still full HP, has that lethal tempo stacked. Nice knock up from Panda, gets the stun in as well, and Crushing Rock is eating a lot of damage. The feathers are pulled back. Blush will go down. It's first blood to Crushing Rock in the 2v2, and he wants a little bit more. That lethal tempo stacked up. If there's one more spell to come through, Homer flashes forward, some Portal combat, and TMG will take the 2v2 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that was a great job of managing cooldowns. The shield coming in from Mura after the Blade Caller is recalled. Great job by the 2v2 there. TMGD's bot lane showing why they have been so dominant all season. Whew, great way to start off the game.
Yeah, and we were just talking about it. The fact that Blush has to step up into these games as that substitute, and losing a 2v2 like that in game number 1 in the early game just feels so rough for your mental. We're going to have to see if Blush can make that jump back and just shake off the rust, say, okay, yeah, we lost that 2v2. It's fine, whatever. We're still playing ZIRL. We have level 6. We scale. We'll be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to shout out, as a jungle main myself, I love very quick decisions. You know, Source Walker seeing, hey, there's no player here, immediately ducks back towards his top side to finish clearing his camps. Of course, you know, looks like we'll even out the tempo pretty well here. A little bit of a slower clear from the buy on that first round through. You know, we talk about it a lot in these series. A lot of it comes down to decisive, you know, decision making, everybody linking up and actually being able to pull the trigger. And on the flip side, you know, I don't think teams get enough credit for when maybe they do pick a side, a play, and cut away from it, as our pro comps draft score, OMG, 57.58%, I think kind of links up with what we talked about in the draft, is just definitely an edge to them for the draft in and of itself.
Yeah. That's one of the higher percentages I think I've seen. We've seen a lot of close, like, I think 52, 53s throughout a lot of the series that I've been casting. So seeing something as high as 57, nearing on 58 in terms of the OMG favor really does show that, yeah, TMGDK, I think I could put kind of on the back foot with all of the mid lane focus in those bans, as there's a certain school of thought in drafting where if you leave up every powerful pick on the red side that's good in meta, that's like the strongest thing to pick currently, and you just ban away a lot of the comfort that blue side has, yeah, they'll get one powerful champion, sure, but you can respond with 2 more, and that's kind of what we saw with that. Varus coming in first. He's very good in the bottom lane right now, but you immediately get to counterpick with Syndra, Jarvan, 2 champions who are great into that Varus. So I think that's sort of what's pushing that advantage more towards OMG.
Yeah, I can see that a lot. I also think, you know, obviously I think, you know, the way Pro Comps looks at things, you know, the laning phase, there's going to be a lot of credit given over that topside counter. The Jack's probably not the biggest thing for the score there. But still, like,
yeah, playing Jax versus Gragas.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not fun. I mean, credit to Night Ravens, and I think we see this as, looks like a little bit of trading, but nothing too crazy in the mid lane, as just pushing that buy away. Is that, you know, Night Raven's still up in CS, collecting that wave, still doing a great job navigating this quote-unquote counter matchup.
Yeah, and this is kind of what you do in these counter matchups. You just say, okay, yeah, you counter me in the 1v1, you'll take me in fights. That's fine. I can just end up ignoring you, walk away from the trades, and just play for CS, play for the scaling. Because, yeah, Gragas will be great tankier later in the game if he builds towards that Fimble Winter build, which got touched up, as FYS is looking for a potential solo here onto Epitome. He's going to force a flash out of that Syndra with that Arcane Storm. I keep wanting to call it Chaos Storm, but it's not what that's called anymore. Arcane makes the difference.
Yeah. The level 6 coming through.
Unleash power! Epitome turns it around, takes advantage of FYS.
Yeah, I was about to praise Fizz for just like having great great wave management, understanding his level 6, understanding that Epitome was, you know, a couple of minions away, and then he kind of takes it all away by stepping up, you know, the scatter the reconnecting, and just turns that one back around. However, of course, the ultimate and the flash from Epitome did give them prio, as TMG is going to go ahead and take down that first drag. We see the Jarvan over there on Grubs. Usually we see that first neutral trade objective going through. But yeah, great job on Epitome to capitalize on a big mistake there from Fizz.
Yeah, I think especially knowing that the Victor doesn't have flash, so if that Scatter the Weak connects, he doesn't have the ulti, so you can just sort of walk up and play that aggressive game. We are seeing what looks like is going to be the Roa start for Fizz here in the mid lane, and based on the talk that I've heard, Rod of Ages and specifically Catalyst are very good right now. So it's not too shocking to see that one come through as a potential first item just to make Victor's laning phase even safer than it already is.
Yeah, the recent changes, they're basically you don't really end up losing out on damage. For those at home watching, that's the short version. You basically get a much safer laning phase. You get to be a little bit tankier, and you don't really lose out on damage. So you know what? We've seen it a lot. I'm still not the hugest fan on Rod of Ages Ari, except in certain team comps. I think there's not enough CDR, but there's definitely some value, and we've seen it being picked up more and more in recent weeks.
Yeah, for those of you who are unaware of the patch changes, it got an extra ruby crystal in its build path, though the amount of total gold remained the same, 75 extra mana, and the eternity passive, the mana restoration from damage taken, was bumped up from 7% to 10%, and that buff does also follow up on the finished Rod of Ages as well, so you end up getting a lot more mana sustain back through the damage you take, and when you gain more mana with the Catalyst, you end up healing more because you're spending more mana, so you end up getting to stick around on the map a lot more, collect more CS, miss out on less XP, and scale a lot harder than your opponent does.
Yeah, absolutely. That 3% is quite a big bump there. And I also think that, and maybe this is a hot take, but I think mid lane mages have been in a weird spot for quite a while.
Flashing from Floops. They want to find Epitome here. Doesn't have that Vault Breaker to knock Epitome back, but you just don't have the follow flash in from Floops, though, wants to take him down. Epitome will get the revenge, but the Feat of Warfare will go over to TMG DK.
Yeah, that's going to be huge there. I mean, the thing there, of course, picking it up on is a little bit of fight in the bottom lane.
Crushing Rock, a nice cancel by Homura, using that Wild Growth to stop the crash down. Blush is going to cleanse away from that polymorph. The snipe from Crushing Rock doesn't manage to get it. Blush will manage to flash away. Homura, though, flashes forward. This Lulu wants blood and will take the other support down.
That's twice in a row. Homura flashing forward, getting that additional damage on. Like you said, did a great job here. Sourcewalker coming down on this J4, showing a little bit of pressure. Doesn't look like
for Crushing Rock, so I don't think they want to take that because if the Flag and Drag misses, if the ulti misses, if Crushing Rock is able to free hit, that's probably just a dead Jarvan.
Yeah, no, definitely a good call there. And like I said, this is great play from this bottom 2v2, really playing around their cooldowns well. Like you said, Homura did an amazing job there of really kind of negating the effectiveness of that Blush in that fight. The Blade Caller really the only effective source of damage in that fight, and Crushing Rock is able to put out so much damage. Holy cow.
This really is what a good Lulu is able to do. And this is why, personally, as a support player, I hate this champion so much. Because when you're an engaged support and you're playing against a good Lulu, you don't get to play the game. You saw what Panda did there. Tried to get the crash down, canceled by the Wild Growth. Tried to get the stunning, but the shield comes in after the fact. So you don't really get any value out of that stun. Your AD carries polymorph, so any CC that you do put down doesn't end up finding any damage. It's just so frustrating to play against. And you could really see Panda suffering in this particular laning phase just because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. As we check in, TMGD up about 1,000 gold here. When we get a chance to look at individual gold leads, you got to imagine a majority of that is in this bot lane. Of course, Crushing Rock up 1 kill, 2 assists, slightly ahead in CS, and then 2 kills on the side of Homura. Of course, you'd like those to go to Crushing Rock, but I think the Lulu having just a touch extra gold, rushing some of those items, not going to be a bad thing.
Yeah, now a hot take coming through from me because, I'm a totally unbiased support player. Support should get a couple of the kills in the early game. They should get a little bit more gold because what does their gold go towards? It goes towards the support items that make what stronger? The AD carry stronger. So if the AD carry, misses out on a kill or 2 or 5 in the early game, I don't think it matters too much. Give Lulu all of your gold and she will make your team unkillable. And, your Varus will do damage eventually. He'll figure it out.
Oh, yeah. Looks like TMGD trying to take hold of this dragon. First, have some control over this top side, but of course are a little bit pinched. and spread out here.
3v4, but Epitome is on the backside looking for a potential scatter of the week. The engage in from Floops. Panda on the back line, but there's no follow-up, so Crushing Rock is just going to take that one down. Floops may end up finding the same fate here as Blush is going to be able to free fire those feathers. Now Swordswalker in with that Cataclysm, gets the knock up in, and Crushing Rock manages to survive, but the red buff burn will take him down. Shut down over to Swordswalker. Scatter of the week in for Epitome, but Homura now on a killing spree. The Lulu wants more blood. FYS still alive for a little bit longer. Flashes away from the flag and Drag Blush managing to survive the score to the area. Proxo will manage to walk away there. Swordswalker now the next target. Homura wants more. One more auto. The Scorch, it doesn't have the damage. Homura, can you find one last hit? No, Panda's gonna take the stun, and Homura should die here for their sins. Panda just needs one more auto without that shield on. One more through. Shut down to Panda. Supportal combat reigns supreme.
Holy cow, is that a fight? There's so much to dissect there, but Homura giving that shutdown, Panda getting a little bit of revenge. As we see, you know, Homura just being a huge all-star in these fights. I mean, I think that's something, like you said, in draft, just something to keep your eye on is his ability to impact fights and just play them so well. And we saw that again there. Ooh.
YS getting engaged on here. No flash on the Victor, but a nice gravity well means Epitome can't find any follow-up damage. And good defensiveness there from the Victor. And I mean, with the Mercury Treads and the Catalyst, it's going to be so hard to take this guy down.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely an anti-Syndra type build. Saying, hey, I'm not going to let you just one-shot me in this lane. That's not how this is going to work. Of course, we do see with that fight and the pressure here in the mid lane, OMG going to go ahead and take down their first dragon of the game as they trade for grubs. That is 1 drag a piece and 3 grubs to OMG, and what I assume will be the 3 grubs here to TMGD. As Sourcewalker looks to take away those chickens. Your chickens are never your chickens. That's not how it works. They're the other enemy jungler's chickens.
Every time, because the mid laners will never cover it.
Never. No wards.
Never.
Do keep an eye on Sourcewalker here as Homura does not, or excuse me, as Crushing Rock is alone. So keep your eyes here as there is a window.
He has no way. Crushing Rock is gonna get the ward in, but immediately just gets caught by the Cataclysm, and this should just be one dead Varus. Sourcewalker takes the kill, now 2-0-2, and this might end up being the first turret going down and giving OMG a fair shake at getting that first first 3 feats there for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Great work from OMG. You see the vision that they have controlling that bot side. You know, and we joked about it, never warding the Raptors, but it's true. They don't have the vision here, and that allows Sourcewalker to, you know, hey, I'm going to steal a camp, and then, oh, this AD carry is alone without flash. You know, great cleanse coming out from Blush immediately from those chains of corruptions, preventing any form of like reverse kill or 1-for-1. And, you know, it leads to a kill and a full tower as Homura in a lot of trouble here.
Just to get away with that blast code and the wild growth. I thought that flag was going to be a smite from the heavens, but ended up escaping. And now Floops potentially caught out here with Panda and Blush in the area. No support for the Vi either. Gets a nice Vault Breaker away, but the stun comes through. There's that Magnet Storm. If Epitome doesn't get the stun, Floops, can you actually manage to get out of here? Panda wants to get that chase down, wants to get that flip back. Will manage to get it through, but the Q misses from Epitome. Floops is still alive, stunned over the wall, is going to cancel the Vault Breaker, and Blush will be donated the kill. Hectic, but it goes in favor of TMG as FYS, or it goes in favor of OMG as FYS now potentially in trouble. Nice gravity well stun onto Blush. It denies any sort of follow-up engage. Everyone else will walk away. And Leslie, we've got a hectic game 1 here.
Yeah, and I think that just goes to show, we talk about the draft, it is so much easier for OMG to find those type of kills, right? They have so many tools, as you see Panda just not able to give up the chase there. And especially without Lulu in those fights, you know, TMGD is going to have a much harder time, you know, peeling away all that engagement.
Yeah, much harder time disengaging, which was something we talked about at the top of the day in this draft, just talking about, hey, you don't have any real go buttons outside of the Vi, so you're playing counter engage, you're playing to stop the Jarvan, stop the Rel, stop the Gragas, but how much do you actually have to stop them? As it looks like they are going to grab this 3rd objective for themselves, which will give them that feat and those upgraded boots. So TMGDK will manage to take that one for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, great job there of just like forcing the timer there, understanding that, you know, J4 had kind of moved on to hit some camps. Floop's kind of immediately doing that. But I just want to point out, OMG is doing a great job of managing vision. They have this entire bot side still warded out here. as Ninja, they may be setting a trap here and need to keep our eyes on what's about to happen.
Floops, that red buff is not yours. You don't have any vision on it. Floops, gotta be careful.
Oh,
You better just
no.
walk away, but can't walk away far enough. Blush now on a killing spree, and Floops will die just to watch that red buff disappear before his very eyes.
Yeah, something I want to point out, that tower play, bot side just did so much more than, of course, the kill in the tower, but it gave them so much pressure to move into this bot side and set up plays like that. I mean, you're doing such a good job of controlling vision down there. You know, this is normally something I give a huge shout out to TMGD for doing, you know, and OMG is doing just a much better job of it in the early game so far.
Yeah, OMG playing a great game. As Epitome looking for a stun is going to find it onto Crushing Rock. The Varus has the barrier, has the wild growth, but can he manage to survive? Feathers flying and Blush now on a rampage. The bottom lane situation turned around on TMG's head.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're looking at a 2.5K gold lead, as our top laner is basically dead even. Both
they're playing top lane. Good for them.
Basically not interacting in this game. It's a suitable top lane matchup. But yeah, I mean, of course, we do have our dragon coming up here in about 30 seconds. If you're TMGD, I think you have to use this time to maybe get some pressure back in lanes, get some control over your own jungle, get some vision in there. But I think you have to give this dragon. I don't think that with the vision control that OMG has and the catch buttons that they have, that you can effectively contest this dragon.
Yeah, and it feels really bad because it is one of those individual infernal dragons that provide so much value for these high damage teams. Everybody on the side of OMG really benefiting from that extra offensive stats outside of maybe Panda, but even then, a little bit of extra damage on a Rel never hurt anybody, as it looks like they're going to try and potentially look for a contest as the Herald has popped in mid lane to give a bit of defense as FYS in trouble, has to flash away from that unleashed power. Doesn't take too much damage from it, and the Arcane Storm in response doesn't do too much to Epitome, so mid laners lose some summoners, lose a little bit of damage. FYS taking a little bit more, but the rest of TMG is here. Epitome left all on their lonesome. Homura flashes forward just to make sure there's no escape for the Syndra, and Floops will knock her down.
Yeah, looks like they found themselves an angle there. It was really close. Just unfortunate that Epitome still didn't have that ultimate back up. Something to note here is Fizz does not have teleport. Although it does look like with Blush in the mid lane taking on that tower that OMG does not plan to contest here.
Yeah, I think as much as I was talking about, it feels really bad to give up one of these individual dragons. For OMG in particular, you're probably okay losing one. You don't want to lose that second one. You don't want to let TMG get to Soul Point, but you're in a comfortable enough position. You're coming into a 4v5 for that dragon fight. You can just say, hey, we're going to let that one go. We'll regroup. We got a mid lane turret out of it. Our mid lane turret is, I believe, that's still standing there in the mid lane with a hair's breadth of HP, but it's there.
Not for long.
Not for long with Fizz in the area, but it's there.
Yeah, and just again, pointing out OMG is still doing a great job of managing all of the oohs. We have a fight breaking out.
Loops wants to look for an engage here. Crushing Rock is going to land those chains of corruption and knock-up after knock-up. CC after CC. Source Walker will manage to flash and make it out, and now the rest of the members of TMGDK can come through. The rest of the members of OMG can come through and flank the members of TMGDK. Homura will go down. Crushing Rock will go. Homura on the run now. And to try to chase down this Lulu. Gets stunned up. Gets locked up. They'll donate it over to Epitome. Give the Syndra a double kill.
Yeah, and you gotta imagine, although it does look like Sourceworker going top, so not gonna try to take advantage of the tempo here on Otacon. But yeah, just like you said, they only have one shot. You know, the cease and desist, you know, the Chains of Corruption land, that cease and desist lines, and it wasn't enough. I mean, just Sourcewalker doing a great job. He's a level ahead. You know, he's got Merc Treads and almost his second completed item here, and just not enough to take him down. And then once you use those tools, you're even more vulnerable to all these aggressive go buttons from the side of OMG. That's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, the big flanks and the big damage really coming out strong here for OMG and providing them with a lot of value and giving them this 2,000 gold lead. Despite the objectives maybe not in their favor right now, as Fizz is trading with Sourcewalker for now. Maybe just a sidestep with a flag and drag there. I think the stun canceled it out as he's going to use that Chaos Storm as well. Epitome with the Unleashed Power will take that shutdown though, and Teleport I think was channeled there as Night Raven's got it canceled out by Rover's ultimate, so no TP for the Jax as now OMG potentially looking to start a Otacon, but maybe they want a little snack first as Homura's going to force to use that Wild Growth defensively just to be able to walk out. And It should just be a free autocon over to OMG. I don't see a way that TMG can actually respond.
Yeah, I don't either. I actually think being here is kind of, I don't want to say troll, but I think you're just opening yourself up to,
It's risky.
to really lose the game here. Although it does look like they are going to scare OMG off just enough. Not, maybe just thinking about cooldowns, right? Sourcewalker ultimate not up, Epitome ultimate not up, Panda ultimate not up, Rove ultimate not up. So just maybe thinking about those tools and saying, you know what? We're ahead right now. We've been playing this well. No need to flip. No need to take maybe potentially a bad fight. So you know what? I can respect the call to disengage there.
Yeah, I think especially because Night Ravens was walking down there. TPB damned, he's just going to be able to walk his way through there regardless. And as soon as you see the Jack starting to rotate up, who hasn't had a lot of influence in the game just yet, but is still very scary at 1.5 items, has stacked up that grasp quite nicely. You have to be worried about disengaging that guy in a fight because as much as we've talked about OMG having these great engage tools, if your Syndra's using Scatter the Weak to find an engage stun, if you're using Rove's ultimate to find an engage, who's going to get the Jax off of your Syndra? Who's getting the Jax off of your Xayah? Who's keeping them alive while you're trying to shut down the enemy team?
No, absolutely. I think it's definitely going to happen soon. Of course, we have a drag up in 1.5 minutes. Baron up shortly after. We are getting close.
Look at this top lane.
Oh, no.
It's happening again. This Victor's on the side lane. That row is nearly fully stacked, and the Arcane Storm is actually going to force Epitome off the Syndra down to a 1/4 HP. They might have the damage regardless. Fist trying to stay alive under tower, but they just have the sustained damage to knock him down. Roa be damned, they're taking him out.
Yeah, Sourcewalker doing a great job of saying, I don't need to farm camps. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm just, he's just skipping a ton of camps to get things done. His Blush in a lot of trouble.
Night Raven's in a little bit of trouble now as well, as those towers do quite a bit of damage. As Blush with good timing on that, but Rover's the one getting caught out in the jungle by Floops and the rest of TMG. Sourcewalker rotating down, TP in from Epitome. They want to find a little action. Nice cancel out on that blast plan from Sourcewalker, but are you going to die for it? No! This is the most unfortunate freeze timing of my entire life!
Oh my gosh.
I assume that this is a spectator bug where we are going to have to try and reconnect to the game, and we will probably end up losing a little bit of time. So we'll keep you updated on exactly what's going on there. It's the Riot spectator client. Things like this, unfortunately, do just happen.
Yeah. Small indie company, right? That's what they tell us. But
yeah.
Holy cow, this might be a fight though. They get to pick on Rover, and it looks like Sourcewalker's in some trouble. So we'll have to see how it plays out. Blush not really able to help disengage him.
If Sourcewalker goes down, I can very easily see a third dragon going over to TMGDK, and we'll probably end up seeing the result of that when we get back. But unfortunately, we're not able to always get back exactly when we dropped off in game just because of that 3-minute spectator delay. So we'll let you know when we have an update of when we're going to be back. Hopefully we'll be hearing from my producer that we should be back in just about 30 seconds. So pretty much right where we left off as well. So again, shout out to our producer and our observer, Golden and Loki, who have been on top of it through the entire season, just working our way through these Riot bugs and spectator client issues. They are absolute champions. And I give them a shout out every night, but I want to give them a special one here. Like just an amazing job of navigating your way through this entire season. We appreciate you guys so much.
Absolute goats. Oh my gosh. Well, here we go. This game is kind of going how we expected.
It's tight.
Right?
It's tight.
I mean, OMG taking a little bit of a lead, and we see just how a lot of these fights is. Oh, here it is.
Oh, we're back in. Yeah, it looks like Sourcewalker did end up going down. We lost about a second or two there, but managing to get back in time. As 30 seconds to Dragon, no jungler for 30 seconds. The timing is going to be close, and Panda just gets away from that Vault Breaker, so Floops will not be able to find another pick, but it's just such a rough situation to try and get in and actually get to this Dragon now for OMG, as you don't have control of any vision, you don't have control of the river, you barely have control of your own jungle at this point. And despite your gold lead, it feels like TMG is in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and something to note is that Night Ravens did seem to get that shutdown on Sourcewalker. He is at a 2 full items, looking to build what is likely that Sterix Gauge third item. This Jax, if they're not careful, is going to turn into a real menace.
Yeah, you have that great counter in the top lane in that isolated 1v1. Gragas can just handle the Jax every time, but How much are you going to be able to get done as against the Jacks in the rest of the game, as this is just continuous bullying from draft to game
my
of
gosh.
Fist. They are not letting this man breathe. Stun comes through, knockout comes through. Fist for Fist, my buddy, you are going to die here. Unleash power, though. He's very tanky. He'll survive for way longer than he has any right to. But Blush will take the shutdown. They're not letting my man breathe.
I know, they are definitely, like I said, taking advantage of the ooh.
Getting engaged on, but the counter engage with Crushing Rock's ultimate. It's a nice two-hit knockup from Homura, and then Floof's following up immediately after, but now Crushing Rock is the target. Inside that Cataclysm, flashes away, has the heal. Homura surviving everyone on TMG, walking away with the sliver of HP. Blush and trying to get in and get the damage, but Crushing Rock is the one to take the kill. Snipes them down with the piercing arrow.
Absolutely. Credit to Sora. I know Sora dies there at the end, but he played that fight so well. Trying to lock everybody up as we see Night Ravens taking some favorable trades. That lead that he has built 2 full items, almost working on Sterix.
It's a tank fight, all right, as we get another freeze. It's on the 0-0 timer, so I think there must just be something in the spaghetti code today. We'll try and get back to the game as soon as possible. But thankfully, this time, we're pausing on a much calmer section of the game. So we'll be able to, take a breather this time instead of worrying about, oh my god, who's going to die? Because I don't think either of those top laners are going to die, if we're being real.
Yeah, absolutely. And
it sounds like we're going to lose a bit of time here, about 2 minutes. So we'll be coming in at just around the 28-minute mark. Unfortunately, there's only so much we can do with the Riot client the way it is. If they had a more functioning spectator client, maybe we would be able to avoid issues like this, but I'm not here to call out any particular companies for the things that they do. But it doesn't look like we missed anything too major. Gold lead still in favor of OMG. Kills about the same. Rover still on that 1 death, so neither of those top laners died in that bottom side scuffle. We are seeing some interesting itemization choices, I would say. Night Raven's going for the Hullbreaker instead of the Sterix we were expecting, and the the experimental Hex Plate from Crushing Rock on the Varus. This is not a build I've seen in quite a long time, and I think was very popular when Varus was a top laner not too long ago.
Well, I mean, I think it makes a little bit of sense just in the sense of, hey, I'm going to get jumped on, so I need a little bit more health, a little bit more way to stay alive. And that ultimate is just so key in how they have to play those fights out. So having it be up a little more is not the worst thing. I do want to point out here, Blush. We had some criticism in the early laning phase. I think that holds true. The 2v2 was definitely dominated by TMGD. However, Blush has done a great job in this mid game of collecting CS, being in the right position, and now we see a pretty fed Xayah right now. 5-1 and 2, 266 CS. Just holy cow. It's a little bit of a skirmish around this auto comp looking to happen again.
Yeah, Rover eating a lot of damage, but now it's Swordswalker, the one getting engaged on that Jarvan. Looks tanky, but he's so squishy in the face of Crushing Rock as they're just going to knock him down. And now 4v5 with Otacon up and Dragon up in 15. The Soul Dragon for TMG as well. Now without a jungler. OMG, how can you navigate your way through this as TMG, again, still behind in gold, but they don't care. They're just continuing to press like they have a 5k gold lead.
Yeah, and I think they've done a good job of Fist in a lot of trouble.
Fist is going to get engaged on, flashes away from that combo. Epitome still wants to find the follow-up, but that just makes him so tanky. Crushing Rock will get knocked down by Blush, but Blush will immediately fall in response. It's blood everywhere. The cinders are flying, but Night Raven still standing means that TMG still has a chance of winning the fight. Homura keeping him alive as well. They know what the target is. They want to jump on the Syndra. A triple kill to Night Ravens. Polymorph through. It'll take a little bit of time, but it should be the extended quadra kill. As long as they can get to him, the face rush Homura flashes forward, does not want to let him escape. One more auto through from Night Ravens. Now Homura takes it away. A massive amount of blood on the field, but OMG managed to stay the dragon and will keep their hopes of stopping that soul alive.
Holy cow! Can I talk about Fist's the stun was so perfectly placed to allow him to space and exist in that fight and just not immediately get destroyed. And as we said, Homura doing so much work on this Lulu. Absolutely key to those things. Maybe a little bit of a trap, maybe a little bit of a bait here. You've got to be careful.
Homura didn't recall, by the way, after that fight was over. Stayed on the map, kept the vision alive for TMG, and now they're looking to just turn it right back around to this dragon. TP in from Epitome as well. Rover still about 10 seconds out without a TP of his own. So the members will recollect themselves, will come back, and I think OMG are just going to try and make a trade. They're going to look to turn to the Baron, but this Infernal Dragon goes down quick, and the Soul's going to go over to TMG, and I don't think OMG has the time to finish this Baron.
No, I agree, but it does give them a little more time for Rover to try to connect. But we'll see. He's still a couple of seconds out.
Quick, Baron down to 8k. Floop's looking for potential engagement. Nice stun though from Epitome is going to keep him out. Baron's going to reset, and OMG won't manage to find anything out of the play as Otacon's on the other side of the map as well. Rover needs a little engage from Floops and from Night Ravens, but the Gragas is tanky, so he'll be able to just walk out fine. And everybody stands up, everybody positioning, but nobody looking for that all-in go button, as with that Infernal Soul, it's so much more risky to actually take the engagement to this TMG side.
Yeah, you got to be careful. But of course, TMGD doing a great job of trying to fight through and get a hold of this vision.
Epitome? He's got to finish up that recall quick. I think he'll be able to get out in time, as I don't think FYS will be in range to stop the recall. So Syndra will make it out by the skin of her teeth, but she will make it out. As we're going to take a look at the individual goldies here. Look at that top lane differential. Night Raven's now 5-0, getting out of that laning phase. If we combine that with the CS lead, that's a 4.5k gold lead for the main man in top.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, Night Raven's huge. You know, loving the build path a little bit. Unending Despair, such a great item right now. Has been for a few patches. Just a ton of value and actually a decent amount of passive damage. So not super surprised, as he kind of, like you said, has to be that counter engaged front line for his team. The way some of these fights are playing off, but we do need to be careful here.
Can they kill him? He's got the Hull Breaker. He's got the Unending Despair. I don't think he dies here. They're going to burn some ultis to try and get him in, but Rover, you just knocked him on top of your mid laner. Epitome will use that Zanya to get away from the stun, and now the CC will come through in spades, but Night Ravens has that Unending Despair, has the Sundered Sky, so has a lot of healing built into the kit. Epitome just needs a couple more Qs. The Sundered Sky healing, the Unending Despair healing. Can I knock him down? They can't! Night Ravens in the 1v3 will set his team up for Baron and take a kill regardless.
Oh my gosh, best top laner in the league. That's what we expected. Holy cow. Absolutely amazing 1v3 outplay. Allows his team to pick up the Baron, and they may lose a tier 2 out of this, if anything at all. As ooh.
Looking to TP in. Floops wants the engage, but Blush immediately cancels that out with the Feathers Fly, but I think Rover's going to be the sacrificial lamb for them to get that turn and get the heck out of Dodge.
Holy cow, such a big turnaround. Gold basically even, Soul over to TMGD. TMGD now with a Baron, 2 members missing. I mean, this game has turned on its head. You gotta imagine, at minimum, we're gonna see the Otacon go down.
Yeah, I think using this Baron to take down the Otacon is nice. It's not the ruinous Otacon, it is voracious, so it's not, you know, the most value on earth. You get that GA, which is nice enough, but it's not really the game-changing effect it used to be. They're going to be able to take down a couple of turrets. The minions work on that bottom side one and will take it down. But the extra GA just means that the next fight you take in the next, I believe it's 2.5, 3 minutes while this GA is up, it doesn't matter what kind of engage that OMG gets. They can burn everything they want. You'll just end up back in your spawn within 15 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like the idea of them just being very aggressive with it, trying to break open this base. Like you said, just, you know what? Throw the minions, throw the Baron buff at the wall, and see what you can get. You're strong. You played these well out. You have Infernal Soul. Let's see what happens here as they siege on this base right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest deal for this Voracious Otacon revive is you don't end up losing your buffs, as Night Ravens is just working on this mid lane inhibitor. Floops is going to be able to get out of there, keep that respawn alive as the inhibitor will go down. But even when you die with the Otacon revive and you go back to base, you keep your buffs, your red buffs, your blue buffs, your Baron buffs, I think super importantly, stay on you as Panda's going to get engaged. That's a 4-man Magnastorm. This is the engage that OG were looking for, but it's just into withdraws. Yeah, you stop the Baron push, it's great. You get a couple hundred gold and you get some extra time on the map, but Night Ravens will still take some blood on his way out.
Oh my gosh, Night Ravens, the king of not allowing himself to be picked off for nothing. Whew, 7-1, looking to be finished full build. We do have a chain vest built here. What do you think? That Dead Man's Plate gonna be his last item?
Like it lets you play a little bit more mobile in the side lanes. It lets you be a little closer to Blush when you don't have that jump. I like the call.
No, I did too, and I think he's doing a great job of playing around the Thunder Sky passive, as we saw in both of those, 1v3, 1v4s. Just an absolutely great display here. Of course, TMGD picking up a slight gold lead here, about 2K. Of course, it doesn't mean nearly as much as Sourcewalker in trouble.
Flashes away from the stun, gets the flagging dragon. FYS is going to get the slow, and this should just mean the death of Source Walker. Eventually taken down as we get another freeze. We can assume that Source Walker is going to die there, though, at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to point out, Source Walker is being picked off here. Elder Dragon up in 55 seconds with an open inhibitor and a downed inhibitor.
And this is... Yeah, the game is potentially nearly over at this point, as I'm hearing from our producers. So potentially we can't get back into this one. We'll hopefully get back as soon as we can, but we may just end up being delivering the news of winner of game number 1. But I think an important thing there is throughout this game number 1, we've seen several times now Source Walker has been picked on side lanes and in his own jungle as an important objective is spawning. It happened several times around the dragons and now around the Elder Dragon again.
Yeah, which is crazy because the first 15, 20 minutes, I thought Sourcewalker played absolutely fantastic. But like you said, as we've got into this late game, this is the 3rd time he's been picked that could just be absolutely devastating as we are going to get a victory screen. You got to assume that Elder went down, and TMGD going to take over game number 1's Night Raven, an absolute legend. 1v3 in the top side to secure that Baron. I think that has to be a turning point for the game. I mean, just absolutely
a ridiculous
nail in the coffin. I guess the soul fight, of course, going to be huge there, but that 1v3, I mean, that was lights out right there. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we end up losing the actual victory screen there, unfortunately, due to those spectator bugs. But from what we saw at TMGDK, they were playing a hell of a show. And while OMG was playing really well as well, I think it was that same thing of they locked in on FYS. They said, hey, we're going to bully the heck out of this mid laner. We're going to show him that he can't play the game. But TMG still has Crushing Rock. They still have Night Ravens. And even to a certain extent, they still have Homura, who was, for Lulu, putting on his carry pants in that game. Kills be damned. Some incredible defensive plays with the polymorphs, with the shields, with the ultis especially. Every time that ulti was used, it was knocking up somebody important, making sure to either lock down a kill or to save the life of the AD carry. Incredible performance all around from TMGDK.
Yeah, absolutely. Something we talked about through this season is that they can play through anybody. They can play through Night Ravens. They can play through Fist. They can play through Crushing Rock. They've played through Floops multiple times. And Homura, I feel like supports don't get enough credit a lot of the time, but
thank you.
Homura's the reason those fights went that way. I mean, yes, Crushing Rock played well, Floops, right, Night Raven, they all played well, but Homura enabled a lot of that, and a lot of those early skirmishes, the 2v2 in lane, the skirmishes around Dragon, it was the Homura show. And
yeah,
I don't know what else to say. I said it going in. I have high expectations. I think he had a great series against Half-Orc Barbarians, and I expect to see the same, and he has not disappointed here in game 1.
Yeah, thankfully for me, at the very least, we won't be seeing another Lulu again, so maybe we'll see a champion with a little bit higher of a skill profile.
Janna,
maybe we'll end up seeing something like Janna, but we won't be able to find that out until we get into the draft for game number 2. So after this break, we'll be back, and we'll get you guys into that draft. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody. We're here with our coverage of the Titan Esports Vanquisher Winter Season Finals. I'm still Brittany, that's still Leslie, and there's something we like to do here at Titan Esports ever since one of our producers came on. It's a little game we like to call Kiss, Marry, Kill, because there are other versions of it that are less broadcast appropriate, but our producer decided to pick her 3 favorite champions this week, and there were a lot of interesting decisions. And I don't think there's any wrong ones here. Not for this one, anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I will say that is the first time I've actually seen the splash art for the Battle Dub Seraphine. Super excited to play that skin. I think that's a really dope skin. But the Star Guardian line is amazing. Syndra, absolute queen here. Married. Stamp of approval. Going down.
Yeah, I think it's hard to. I appreciate that nobody picked to kill Syndra because we all understand that the correct option was to not kill her. I respect you for kissing Nico. I'm surprised I'm the only one who married her, and I can't believe both our producer and our observer decided to kill her. This is bigotry of some form.
Oh my gosh.
I'm afraid that I can't stop what's about to happen as a producer's gonna let you guys know what exactly she's doing into the Twitch chat. But a nice little way to send it off here for, at the very least, for our Vanquisher season. Lots of good choices. I don't think we have anything in particular to defend here. I think they were all just solid choices. It's not like the horse week that happened.
Oh my gosh. I don't. Yeah. I'm sure that'll be a split staple. You just wait. There's plenty of Hector.
You know what? I really hope not.
And we haven't even gotten into Rel yet, so like there's plenty of.
Oh, don't worry. We had our discussions. We had our discussions about Rel.
You know what? If they apply to Rel, they have to apply to Seraphine. Just saying. Just saying.
I mean,
just saying.
He makes a point. He makes a point.
You know what? That's a time skip. Time skip. Anime time skip. That's exactly what happened right there.
Well, I think it's a good send-off for the Kiss, Marry, Kill for the Vanquisher season at the very least. 3 good choices. Nobody can say that anybody chose wrong or did anything incorrectly. All just like handshakes all around, respect all around. Like, yes, indeed, yes.
Yes, see, yes.
Exactly.
It's gonna get the top laners who just handshake. They're like, yeah, we're gonna both exist up here until 20 minutes, and just whatever happens, happens.
whatever happens. We simply vibe. We are waiting here just for an extra moment to get back into draft. And Leslie, after that game number 1, unfortunately, while we didn't get to see the ending, we saw the writing on the wall at the back half of that game. What do you want to see changed, I think, coming into this for OMG? Because we agreed that they had the better draft. They were looking like they were executing on it well, but it just didn't end up working out for them. So realistically, what can they change coming into this game number 2?
Well, I think a lot of it has to come down to how do they neutralize Night Ravens? And I mean this in a genuine way. Just, if you watch a majority of that game, they're winning the 4v4s. All game. Like, no question. It's not close. Like, that's how they built their lead. That's how they, it's just how the game went. I think Night Ravens kind of sealed the deal and was far more effective than Rover was. I think another thing, too, is that while I do want to shout out, I think Sourcewalker was a huge reason that they built that lead and played very well for the first 15 or 20 minutes. He got picked a couple of times in a row at very key moments. And unfortunately, that being Soul Point and Soul, and it just kind of gave TMGD an avenue and a win con to play for. And I think that is also something that has to be watched. It's like, so maybe putting a little more pressure on Panda to be the one to push for vision, or grouping up a little more to kind of get that vision out and do those things is definitely something that they can do. Because I think if you just keep putting Sourcewalker as the only one to do that, you're going to see the same results. TMGD does too good of a job of linking up and staying coordinated. And let's be honest, Hamura is on lock. Like, that guy is everywhere.
Yeah. Hamura is on fire for this game number 1 at the very least. We're going to have to see if that continues into game number 2. And I wonder if the strategy maybe shifts a little bit for OMG and they say, hey, We can't let Homura just have free reign of their champion pool. We have to shut them down somehow.
Yeah, I think you have to give a strong bot lane, at least a strong laning phase. You have to give yourself some tools and some priority in that bot lane, because I think if you have back-to-back 2v2 wins, it's just gonna go through the same thing, you know. Even, and credit to Blush. Blush played well in the mid game, like kept up with CS, collected some kills and skirmishes, but unfortunately just didn't impact it. Like, he existed, right? He was there, he kind of picked up some stuff, but he was not the difference maker for his team versus what Crushing Rock was, what Crushing Rock added. So I think that's going to be a thing that we have to keep. Of course, as we get into game number 2 here, OMG opting to stay on the red side. You got to imagine that is to continue to put pressure on Night Ravens and give them the counter pick, as we see similar bans so far for game number 2.
Yeah, I do wonder what the shift up is going to be here, because you can't, it's a fearless draft. You can't salty run back. You can run a similar style of comp. Sure, you can get an engaged jungler with an engaged support and a mage in the mid lane with a tank top laner, but you're not going to be able to run those same 5 champions back, as TMG banning away some of those similar champions, the Urgot and the Master Yi. Like we mentioned earlier, banned away. They're not letting Source Walker have that Yi. This is what you do against one tricks. You ban away their one tricks. You say, hey, you're not allowed to play it. And now with the Jax off the table, I think this is going to open up OMG's top lane pool, hopefully at the very least a little bit more, so they won't have to stick Rover onto that Gragas duty, as TMG are going to opt to give Floops the carry role this time around and say, hey, we can take a Xin Zhao and you can run it throughout the jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. He's had some great performances on it. Definitely appeals more to that style. The Maokai going to be locked in, a personal favorite of mine. Just a little bit of extra disengage, some great levels of CC. Of course, as somebody who's coached teams, you know, Maokai, one of the best picks ever, because it is a triple flex. You have a lot of options for that champion, and even more so now. Yes, jungle Maokai is weaker, but it is still playable. Absolutely. The Ezreal going to be locked in for Blush, as we see Kog'Maw locked in for Crushing Rock. He's seen a lot of criticism for his Kog'Maw in recent games, but he did pull it out in the Half-Orc Barbarian series, and they did win. So definitely something to keep in mind as a very safe scaling bot lane pick for the side of TMG.
Yeah, this is one that's going to provide a lot less pressure, and it's not like a Kog'Maw Braum that actually has the ability to, out of nowhere, kind of 2v2 fight and make a play happen in the bottom lane. Kog'Maw Melio is a lot weaker in the early game. They're not going to be able to provide as much, but Melio is going to provide a lot of support for the Xin Zhao as well. A lot of commentators and analysts will talk about Xin needing an enchanter really to enable him to play a much more aggressive style and be more upfront in your face, unkillable demon Xin Zhao. So with the Melio there, it's going to make his life a lot better. But OMG blind picking in the top lane here with the Ambessa. I say blind picking. It could be mid for Epitome. I'd be a little surprised. But with the Maokai flex, anything's really possible. I'd just be very surprised to see it go mid. But they're going to blind lock in that Ambessa.
There might be some tech here, and I don't want to give away.
Oh boy.
But their Ambessa jungle has made some rounds.
Hang on.
I'm not saying that it'll happen, as we see the Bard locked in. That does shift Maokai potentially, knowing Source Walker. That's probably a Maokai jungle, which I think for me makes Ambessa far worse. I think if you're just gonna blind it and you're gonna give counter pick to the best top laner in the league, who just kind of showed you all up in the last game, I'm not quite sure what the plan is there. But we do see TF locked in for Fizz. A great performance on a couple of different times this week, as Renekton, arguably one of Ambessa's worst matchups, locked in for the side of Night Ravens, excuse me. So I definitely want to see what OMG has. Xerath.
What? Did we travel back in time? I feel like we have recently released champions like Ambessa and Melio here, but I'm also looking at TF Renekton and Xerath Maokai. This is am I back in 2013? Have I transported back to the Renekton Shyvana Mundo top lane trifecta? I like the Xerath and the TF stylistically because you can keep up a wave clear, you can be influential on the map without needing to actually go there like TF does with this ultimate. So you can throw an ulti across the map, provide a little support, and then come back to lane and shove it. You also have better wave clear than TF does, so maybe you can keep him in lane a little bit more. But that's all to kind of burying the lead to this top lane matchup. Like you already mentioned, Mbessa Renekton is not very Mbessa favored in the early game, and we've seen what Night Ravens can do with a minor lead in a counter matchup, the Jax versus Gragas. Now with an advantage state, with a jungler who can play towards this top side, with a bottom lane that can be sort of not pushed off, it's still a Kog'Maw Melio, you want to give them support, but you can say like, hey, you guys bottom lane, just scale up, just play for time, you'll be fine, and you can let Fizz and Floops play for Night Ravens up in the top lane, make Roover's life really difficult. This is a scary draft if you are an OMG fan.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, Homura just super comfort, super enchanter. Like you said, we're going to sit back, we're going to scale. We're pretty undivable for the most part. I think that's a really tough thing to pull off here. And like you said, they have the opportunity with Xin Zhao and Fizz's ability to move around the map to just run around that top side. And especially early on, Fizz is going to have a far more effective range on his ultimate than the Xerath is. So definitely something to keep in mind as they go. And it's going to take a couple of levels for Xerath to really be able to push those waves out and continue to keep up that pressure. So one thing I do want to note is, because it's going to be such a safe bot lane, does Panda get involved? Can Panda and Sourcewalker link up and make some things happen? And if they do, can they do it better than Homura and Ninja? And objectively, I don't think so. Prove me wrong.
Difficult ask.
Prove me wrong.
It is a difficult ask.
Yeah.
I would love to see OMG, in all honesty, kind of just abandon the bottom lane. They have to flip the coin here and say, either we're going to all in on bottom lane, Epitome and Sourcewalker are going to be comboing with Panda down here on the bottom side and making Crushing Rock's life absolute hell. Or they're saying, Kog'Maw Melio is going to scale up no matter what we do. We can't stop that. But if we stop Renekton from scaling early, he can be much less effective in the mid and late game, and we can give Rover the advantage he needs to win the laning phase. So it's either all in on top or all in on bot. Get Epitome and Sourcewalker comboed up with Panda. Whichever side you want to go to, you have to pick one and you have to stick with it, because once you lock in on that, if you shift halfway through, you've just kind of gone halfway on both of them, and it's not going to be very effective.
Agreed. And I think you're right. I think they do have to pick. And personally, I think there's only one choice. You cannot go. You have to all in on this top side here. Of course, as we are ready,
Night Ravens play the game.
You cannot. Of course, we're getting into game number 2, hopping on the Rift. We'll see if we get any dance parties or just, gentlemanly handshakes as everybody gets out into lane. But no, I agree. I think you have to all in on the top side. You have to be there constantly, and both junglers need to be pathing towards it. Unfortunately, I think Ezreal is the wrong pick. Ezreal Bard is not the pick if you really want to punish that bot lane. Maybe Maokai can be enough additional CC, but I think ultimately Night Ravens is where you need to put your crosshairs.
Yeah, we'll have to see as we are here on the Rift. It's game number 2. Fizz with what looks like PAX TF. Okay, showing off some stuff here on that pick. Epitome with the Xerath, and this is not a mid lane matchup that I think a lot of people have any experience playing or casting. So this is really going to be a matchup of who's got the better 1v1 knowledge. I also want to point out, this is not a ghost or teleport or like fleet footwork kind of all out from Fizz. This is a Ignite Electrocute Twisted Fate. I thought this was going to be a Roa build, but with this aggressive setup, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I can't tell you the last time I saw Electrocute Ignite TF. Never. I'm not sure that I have. So we'll have to see. Of course, Epitome getting some great trades here off in the early. Fizz kind of focusing on that as they both hit level 2. The passive gold generation, something to keep an eye on as the game goes on. TF going even isn't really TF going even. It's him going ahead. So that's something to keep on. Of course, we do see Ninja pathing towards the top side. As they're getting some fights going on here already, as Night Ravens really just forcing this wave as TMGD's draft even more skewed than the last one.
60% in their favor. And I have to imagine that it's the combo of Melio and Kog'Maw and Melio and Xin just providing so much power in the mid game, especially once these champions each get a singular item. They end up being so strong, and it's going to make life for OMG very difficult coming into the second game.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we do see a little bit of push coming here on the bot side. Something to point out, Night Ravens did a good job of getting those waves crashed early so they can start pushing back to him so he can try to avoid the gank. We do see Ninja invading a little bit, trying to get some information. Of course, Maokai's clear a little slower in the early. Definitely keep your eyes on this top side coming up. I know we're looking at bot. Maybe something coming here. Just some good old mages in the mid lane. Not a lot to talk about. Here it is.
Floops already has the red buff, so it's going to make Sourcewalker's life a little bit more difficult, but Phase Rush on the Maokai means they will be able to walk away. Smite comes through for Floops, so red buff denied away from Sourcewalker, even with Epitome and Rover coming down. That's a big loss for the Maokai.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I was talking about, just that tempo. You know, he's able to skip some camps, he's able to get up there, be effective, and that's also because Night Ravens had the push. So even if the Renekton has to move, they've got that first move as TMGD looks to get that bot wave pushed in. And you got to imagine they will take a recall here.
Yeah, probably not wanting to risk anything too extremely and just saying, hey, we've got a solid win window here. We're happy to just take a quick recall, get our first components in, and just make the trading a little bit easier for ourselves. They don't have to play the fast game in this bottom lane. Both of them are just trying to slow the tempo down. Just keep things nice and simple here. I do also want to point out a little disparity in the summoners in the bottom lane. It's heal for Homura, but it's also the exhaust for Panda. Exhaust is a pick that I want to say has been falling out of favor a lot for supports, just with the advent of AD carries taking barrier, enchanters now taking heal because they build that heal and shield power, but the exhaust has a lot of potential of just shutting down some of these key members of TMG, whether it's Crushing Rock, just getting a couple of those autos reduced in damage, or when Night Ravens or Floops comes in, you exhaust them, they can't heal as much because they're not doing as much damage, they're immediately knocked down in power. It's going to be on Panda with the exhaust, and I think also importantly, the ultimate, to really show off how good you can be on this board.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see some fighting here in the top lane, Night Raven's doing a great job of getting a stacked wave and basically denying an entire wave from the side of Rove as, what's going on here in River? It's first dragon.
And Epitome looking for this dragon. His sloop is already on. It doesn't hit the wind, becomes lightning, so can't get that extra dash range. But Vis and Homura just trying to play aggressors here. A nice stun from Panda, but they can't get any follow up. The electrocute proc doing plenty of damage to that Melio, though. Crushing Rock now potentially getting engaged on. Floops is going to get knocked back in, but it's Crushing Rock the first to go, and there goes Floops. This is going to get stunned up by a nice stun from Panda. Blush will pick up the kill, and OMG come out huge in the game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely dominant fight there. Definitely going to be able to pick up this drag, you assume. Maybe they'll give it up as we do see Sourcewalker, of course, dying there and moving forwards. But yeah, huge fight here. Panda's bar doing so much work in that fight. A couple of stuns back to back, some good damage. The electrocute proc, kind of bussing in. And hey, it's a great start for OMG. You got to imagine as it looks like Sourcewalker on this top side probably looking to contest these grubs. We'll have to see what happens here.
A little risky as Floops has already started them out. I think Sourcewalker is just looking for the top lane play as Night Ravens does have that level 6. Dominus just popped, and I think they might just be a little scared as flash in from Floops is going to force the flash out of Rover as well. Phase rush from Sourcewalker will take him away from the angry Croc, and maybe if Rover has 6 there, that's a play you can make, but the level 6 spike for Renekton is just so powerful.
Yeah, you got to be careful because there it is, the flash forward. And oh my gosh, the shield is huge!
Just to make the outplay in the 1v1 under turret. You have to respect the Ambessa power as a placement on the bottom side as well. Facing uses that ulti in and is able to take down a Blush. So something taken on the other side of the map, but what a play from Rover.
Yeah, absolutely. As you see that wave crashing, you see this a lot with Renektons. It's like, hey, you're low health. I've got a stacked wave crashing into your tower. My flash is up. I'm going to flash and, try to combo this. And the shield just keeping Rover alive. Definitely not how you want that to be as Renekton. Although we do have a quick replay on this bot side of what happened. Rotating play by TF. Oh, yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Coming up big and giving Fist the kill. And Epitome just not in range with that Rite of the Arcane to get anything done off the back of it.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Just TF's ability to
Oh,
get across the
I
map
know
is a
what TF
lot.
is going to build this game. He's
What is
got the
TF gonna build?
symbiotic souls. You
Think we're gonna
know he's going to be
see?
building that Shirelius Reverie
Yeah.
first item. I'm going to be real. I hate this build because it's getting my support item nerfed because solo laners are building it. It's not my fault that these mid laners are abusing my good items. They should be punished, not me.
They should be punished. Honestly, I think Shirelius is not the problem either. Symbiotic boots, there's something there. I was
Oh, yeah.
definitely, I think it was, and I think we saw it right in pick rates and stuff. Like when it first came out, like nobody picked it. They're like, oh, this isn't that good, like whatever. But as time has gone on, the tempo you get, like 4 seconds over the course of a game, just over and over and over, is huge.
Yeah, you
Huge.
end up getting so much time spent on those, or so much less time spent on those recalls and getting to lane and getting out of lane, especially once they're upgraded as well. As it will be the first dragon over to OMG. Look at that individual Chemtech dragon. And I always espouse the good virtues of the individual Chemtech. I think that hidden stat of the tenacity and the heal and shield power are so clutch and so valuable. As Panda doesn't manage to land the stun, and Crushing Rock is level 6, but I think Homura is just going to be the sacrificial lamb here, as Blush with that true shot barrage will take down Melio.
Yeah, Blush 3-1 here. Great timer here with Homura not yet level 6. Just really being able to punish not having that ultimate available. And now Crushing Rock realizing, hey, I'm not really in a position where I can do much here. And that's going to be another wave denied. As, you know what? I'm eating my words a little bit. They're doing a great job with this Ezreal to keep pressure on the bot side.
Yeah, they ended up saying, hey, we're going to lock in on this bottom lane matchup. And Rover, if you can find your avenue versus Night Ravens, fantastic. But just stay alive and that'll be enough. But Rover, despite being behind his CS, he's up in a kill, and Floops now with Fist in the area is going to make life a little bit more difficult for this top lane. Public execution used onto Night Ravens, but I think it's just setting up for his own demise, as Night Ravens will eventually fall. Source Walker, thanks to the help of that tower and Epitome, will take down the Croc, and maybe looking for a little bit more, but I think Source Walker smart enough to just say, hey, I don't have to stay here. I'm just going to leave.
Absolutely. Of course, the Grub's coming up here. The Scuttle Crab is there. I mean, you've got some things to do. You don't have to force anything. Although, of course, like we talked about, Panda out on the map trying to get some things done. But you got to imagine the way Vision is set up, we could see the 6 Grubs going over to TMGD. Something to keep your eyes on in these solo lanes with TF and Renekton.
I'm actually going to end up being wrong twice here. I said he's going to be the Roa build for Fizz. He just wants the aggression and the damage out of Electrocute and Ignite, and that's... it's just so surprising to me. I'm really just speechless for it.
Yeah, TP is just so much value in comp in the mid late game. It just I'm a little surprised. However, you know what? I think Fizz has earned the right to build what he wants. I mean, I think
if you can make it work, you can make it work. We're not gonna judge.
Exactly. So, and you know what? You built symbiotic boots. That's meta. So there you go. You fulfilled your meta obligation right now.
Fulfilled your meta quota for the day. You're good.
Yep, now you can build whatever you want. As some more fighting here, this huge healing coming out from Coldamig, just absolutely stellar sustain for Renekton.
These top laners just want blood, and this is just what happens. I think the Eclipse first from Night Ravens as well is also going to make Rover's life very difficult. As Night Ravens double dashes into range of the turret, so it's going to eat a little bit more, and now with members of OMG on the way, Night Ravens has to try and find his way out of this one, but Panda on the flank with that portal, and now Source Walker here as well. Double dash flash from the Renekton, but now with the Rain of the Arcane raining down from the heavens, Epitome will take him down. It was Fizz in game 1, and now it's Night Ravens in game 2, receiving the bullying.
Yeah, that's going to open up Grubs. I mean, we see Source Walker backing off, but there's so much prio here, so we'll have to see how it shakes out. Ninja does seem to be pathing there with Homura. So maybe, luckily, the extra damage from turret onto Source Walker, but he does look like he's running back to him. We could see another fight here, that posture around this next objective.
Yeah, it looks like the Grubs are going to be started up for TMG, and with Panda potentially looking for a recall angle, they may not look for a contest. Yeah, it looks like these Grubs should just be gifted over. Panda keeps being indecisive and looking back and forth on whether to recall or not, so... Now potentially setting up for a contest, but with Source Walker backing up, I have to imagine they're walking away.
Yeah, I think Rover is needing to take a recall there. Unfortunately, just kind of doesn't give you many options. Night Raven able to rotate, he's not. Of course, we do see Kog'Maw in the spot lane, just collecting waves, getting up here. Going to be about 2 waves down after he catches this one under tower. But yeah, I mean, how you feel about the game so far? I mean, I think OMG, it's kind of the same as we saw, coming out to a pretty strong start, a slight gold lead, but how these team fights are going to be played, I think, is where it's really going to be tested.
I think if the bullying continues onto this top lane and Night Ravens is just continuously not allowed to have a successful laning phase, then things will only get better for OMG. As speaking of which, they're gonna look for the all-in on to Rover. Night Ravens has the dominance, and that public execution is just the execution marker of herself. She's got the mobility though, and Bess is so hard to lock down, but Fizz has the point-and-click CC, and will finally take her down. And it's gold over to Renekton. Now fighting the bottom side. Crushing Rock is forced to flash away from that Bard ulti and from the Nature's Madness of Sourcewalker as well. But now, Homura, poor Homura, doing the support's job. Sacrificial Lamb, you die so your ADC may live. Epitome will now pick up their second kill of the game.
Yeah, just unfortunate there. I mean, if you're Homura, what do you do? I mean, you're chosen to be weak-sided. That is going to be tower. Oh, the tower on the top side going to be going over. Sheets of Warfare there going over to TMGD, and it's all going to come down to objectives. See who gets these boots.
Yeah. That is a big deal for TMG to not just give over that turret and immediately lose those upgraded boots, as they are already on 2 objectives, but now so is OMG. So either the next Dragon or the Rift Herald will decide as to who gets that big buffer in terms of the value of these items. I say big buffer. It's a minor buffer, let's be fair, until you buy the 750 gold upgrade. It right. Sure is some extra free stats, but it's not game winning.
Right. How do you feel about boots overall? I mean, since they come into the season, I think it was an interesting, it's definitely a unique thing that they tried to do. As we may not get to talk about it, a little bit of fighting, just gonna dash in between each other.
I do wish they had kind of stuck with the original idea they had with the upgrades to Berserker Greaves, if you remember. You could upgrade them as a late game AD carry item. I sort of wish they did something like that for all of the boots instead of having this other upgrade system. As it's just bullying central here. OMG is saying there's one unlucky person on this map who was on their own, and they do not get to play League of Legends today. This time it was Crushing Rock, as this is what this comp does, and they're doing it well.
Yeah, and Rift coming up as we see, them getting a little bit of vision into that jungle. It's a great time to get that pick too, and you gotta imagine that they're gonna contest this Rift, right? There's no way they don't, but this might be in trouble. The whole team looking to rotate down already.
Yeah, damage down onto Epitome, but now you have to be worried about the rest of your team coming through. He does have the ulti, so he might be able to get himself out if he's there in time. Has the upgraded recall as well. I totally forgot! 4-second recall! Symbiotic Souls comes off clutch for Fizz.
Oh my gosh, the Bard. Oh my gosh, it's gotta be so sad. The Cosmic Binding just going to the left. Oh, hey, you know what? An escape is an escape, and that looks like the Rift Herald. They shifted their entire team down for that pick, didn't get it, and now the Rift Herald is there just for the taking. That should be feats going over to TMGD.
Yeah, that last objective going over is a big deal for them. Getting those upgraded boots. It's not even that much of a big deal in terms of like gold value. I think it's just like a mental victory of like, yes, we have this concrete advantage in the early game. Yeah, we might be behind in kills, but we got that feat done. We get these upgraded boots. We have that option later in the game, and just being able to look in your inventory and say, yeah, we're doing well enough in the early game. It's a confidence booster.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and I will say, I think the upgraded variant on Tabbies and Merc Treads, there's definitely some value in those. I think there are some team comps that you can play into that getting those feats makes the game nigh unlosable. I think those heavy AP teams, the extra magic shield, the extra AD shield from Tabbies is just absolutely devastating in those scenarios. I don't know about you. I feel like the rest of the boots are underwhelming. I think Spell Slinger shoes, of course, extra pen, always going to have some value.
The extra pen is good. I think the movement speed from the CDR boots can be very good situationally. Sure. Like on someone like Melio, it's not going to provide a ton of value, but if this was like a Karma or even a Lulu, it could provide a lot of utility just in terms of keeping yourself positioned safely. I'm
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real. Don't even know what the Symbiotic Souls upgrade does. I have not seen it win enough games and then be upgraded to actually know what it does. I'm gonna go look that up real quick. But I think overall the boot upgrades are good enough for what they're supposed to be. Minor upgrades late in the game that you get to give yourself a minor boost in power when you're already pretty high up in terms of your build path.
Right. Well, we may get a chance to see those upgraded boots for you here this game, so maybe we'll have to get the observers to show it out for us if that happens. They're looking here.
Night
They're
Ravens
gonna play.
on the flank. There's that exhaust from Panda. It's going to be able to lock down the Renekton. You can't heal if you can't hurt. This public execution is going to miss from Rover, as Homer's going to eat a lot of damage from that Raid of the Arcane. Increased damage on every shot, doing a lot of work. Crushing Rock wants to keep the fight going, has that Bio Arcane Barrage on, is looking for some extra work as ulti potentially pops from Fist here, looking for an angle in, but I think the health bar is just a little too low from TMG and a little too high for OMG.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to get that tower pushed in. I think it was a great job. Obviously not going to be able to take it. Oh, maybe he wasn't paying attention there.
Fist has Floops in the area, though, and that Wind Becomes Lightning does some work. Epitome forced to just walk out, and Fist and Floops linking up again, making the work happen.
Yeah, 21 seconds on Dragon. Of course, OMG has the first 2. And we will have to see if TMGD is able to lock up their first one or if OMG is going to move to Soul Point. Wow. Something to point out as we kind of, I don't want to say I threw shade in draft, but the Xerath, 4-0-3, 2 full items as
yeah, you might have just straight caster cursed him as he's gonna go to the gray screen. Barrier popped from Blush to get away from that living artillery, so we'll be able to survive. But
no.
Yeah, moments like that, that's just caster 101. You can't say that someone's doing well while they're alive.
Well, OMG, I'm sorry. That was not intentional. But you know what? Immobile mid lane mage, right? We talked about that in game 1, and it's something to keep your eye on. Of course, we get a chance at the gold leads. I mean, I think something to note, the passive from TF, keeping him very close in gold.
Yeah.
Very close.
Despite the kills being in favor of Epitome, that gold being buffed in favor of TF, I think is very important for him as this turret will be taken down by TMGDK, thanks to that Rift Herald. I did get the chance to look it up. Synchronized Souls, which is the upgrade to Symbiotic Souls, gives you 45 bonus movement speed out of combat, and then the upgraded one, when you buy it later, gets you 45 plus 10% total movement speed, bonus movement speed out of combat. So it's, pretty decent.
Pretty good, as we take a look at the gold across the maps. Night Raven's still up. It was up almost 2,000 gold, and Ninja also up a very big amount. Rushing Rock
he's just
taking
so dead much. Tower. Right in the arcade. Panda comes in with the cosmic binding. Oh, that's just brutality. That poor Kog'Maw.
I mean, what do you do? I mean, I don't even know that it's worth flashing there.
You have to flash it early because the range of the Xerath ulti was right there, but even then you don't have flash for a later play, as Night Ravens and Fist are going to look for potential all-in here, but Night Ravens is not super strong on the Renekton right now, just on those 2 items, so Blush will be able to kite it out. Rover doesn't manage to get in with that public execution, but now Floops is in, has that Crescent Guards, will manage to stay alive, as now Rover looking for the opportunity to all-in, but now stuck in a 1v3 as Floops is on the back line, making it happen. Wind Becomes Lightning, dashes in, double kill over to the Zid, and Rover will find his fate wanting as Night Ravens will take him down in revenge.
Yeah, Zid's just absolutely taking over that fight as it looked so bad for a second for TMGD, but Night Raven's able to stay alive long enough. Fist, some great sidesteps on abilities there, and they're able to re-engage. Floops just kind of running a route 4, 1, and 3 as they look to take down the Otacon.
Yeah, with this Otacon, the ruinous buff will end up coming up pretty clutch for them, especially with these Mountain Dragons. Fist has to dodge out on these Right of the Arcane shots. Will manage to step away. Blush is in range, but with the smite, it should just go over to Floops. He will manage to get that one down. Epitome flashing in, looking for damage. Epitome, what are we doing, buddy? Night Ravens will get that punish and take him down. But now the rest of the members of OMG smell some blood. The roses go down in favor of TMG, and now they're just trying to cut it out. And they have a full health top turret here. They're just going to be able to walk away. A questionable choice from the members of OMG.
Yeah, I feel really bad now. I mean, I was just about to talk the Epitome up, and then just the pick, and then a flash forward into a pick, and You know what? Great work by TMGD. Good quick call. I think they did a great job spacing there to buy themselves time to finish Otacon. Of course, the benefit, like you said, to having that full top held turret is like, what are you going to do? Are you going to 5v5 us under our turret? That's not going to happen. So you know what? Great work. They are going to pay their mid lane turret for it, but I think, in the state of the game, TMGD is happy with it. They are up about 3k gold here. You know what? We said it. They're top side. Doing great. Renekton,
Yeah.
big bounty.
Even with all the focus, I feel that OMG has put on arguably both sides of the map. And I think this is exactly the problem that I was calling out in draft. If you don't make a choice on who you're going to shut down in totality, they're both going to get halfway in. And all the members of TMGD need to actually make the game happen for themselves is a foot in the door, as we've seen Night Ravens just making it work for himself despite being put behind early on the Renekton. Now 4-4, 2.5 items, feeling very powerful at just around 25 minutes in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we saw in that last fight, like definitely kind of presenting himself as that frontliner, as it really only is him and Zhao. And I think this bot lane, like you said, yeah, they lost their lane. They're a little behind, but the scaling power, like you said, eventually Kog'Maw's just going to be huge as they're looking at him again.
Yeah, they want Crushing Rock, but he's not really the target that they have to be worried about. Sloops is going to get exhausted, but Panda's dead before that ultimate can come down. Tempered Fate, not tempered enough, as Panda will fall, and now this dragon spawning in 30 seconds again. TMG and finding a pick before a dragon spawns. Can you name a more iconic duo?
Yeah, no, not right now. I mean, it's kind of been the key of the series here is finding key picks before objectives, and they do it again. And if you're OMG, you can't contest now. Renekton has TP, and you're just kind of stuck.
Kind of nightmare scenario for them to be in, as this is very reminiscent of what happened in game number 1. OMG coming out to an early lead, coming out swinging. They ended up losing that bottom lane 2v2, but their mid game was so clean. And then TMG just sort of woke up at around the 20-25 minute mark and just said, hey, we remember how to play the game. We're just going to start playing it as Fizz is going to find the 1v1 in the side lane. And level 16 on the TF with the Roa, he can't be caught up to. The man is too damn fast.
Absolutely, and still just some decent damage. Of course, he has Roa with the Lich Bane, the fully stacked Dark Seal. Just absolutely, we're going to get a quick replay of it looks like he did get something going here. Okay.
It must be
okay.
Yeah.
There it is. Whew.
Yeah, it turns out Twisted Fate does a decent bit of damage. Who would have thought, right? He's
Yeah.
just going to be able to walk away with a highway robbery there. This Blush now forced on the run does have that arcane shift, so we'll be able to get out in time. Bloops forcing Sourcewalker to use that ultimate defensively, and TMGDK just have control of the map now. And once they get control in games like this, it just feels like they never let it go.
Absolutely, and you got to think of them stacking Mountain Drakes. Like, if you can get to Mountain Soul, like, how does OMG play the game?
It's not just Mountain Soul, Leslie. It's Mountain Soul with 25% increased value.
So you know what? Great point. It's Mountain Soul with 4 Mountain Drakes as well. The Otacon.
It's not just Mountain Soul. It's Mountain Soul, but better.
But better. Like, absolutely. Is Ninja in here finding a fight again?
Yeah, they're looking for the engage, but Temper Fate is going to get a nice big disengage there for OMG. Right at the Arcane, potentially looking for Floops. It's just going to hit a couple onto Fist, though, and the Seraph has great amounts of ultimate cooldown reduction with that Malignance, but just not providing all of the damage that I think we were really expecting this Artillery Mage to provide.
Absolutely, and of course, going down on this Baron, you got to imagine with Kog'Maw, it's going to go down at a pretty decent pace. Of course, only at 2 full items. As, ooh, a little bit of fighting here. Oh.
They're looking for the shutdown. They have found Fist, but Night Ravens in the meantime on the back. It's mid laner traded for mid laner. Night Ravens should eventually die here as Blush might have the chase down, but Night Ravens is pretty quick on the Croc. Will be able to escape for at least a little bit of time. Rover flashing forward wants to find Night Ravens. They will eventually catch up to him, and shutdown will go over to Blush. So 2 members down, but Baron buff on to 3 for TMGDK.
Yeah, and I think if you're TMGD, like, that's okay. Like, you're almost 5k gold up. Like, yeah, it sucks to give those people away, but the value you can get from Baron, your macro has been very good here. It's Crushing Rock doing so much damage to Sword Rock. He's not going to get away. The ultimate being used defensively here.
Nice little
Holy
catch there from
cow.
Floops to stop the ulti for Crushing Rock as this Kog'Maw is sick of being bullied. He's had it. You gotta be careful about who you talk about in high school because now he's grown up and
Oh,
he's mad.
absolutely. And as we said, eventually Kog'Maw is just gonna put out damage. Like, if you don't get to a point where you can really find an avenue to win the game, like, Kog'Maw's gonna take over. And I think Blush again has been playing fine. It's weird to say because like their KDA represents somebody playing very well, right? Like they're up at CS, they're 5-1-4. I want to see him really take over a game and kind of be the focal point. And we haven't seen that yet. You know, he's done a great job of piggybacking on these skirmishes, the engages from Source Walker, the plays from Panda. But I think that's the difference here so far is like Crushing Rock is, I'm going to take over the game. Like I'm going to be effective. I'm going to be impactful. And we'll have to see if he can do it again this game or if Blush is going to, find his home here and step up a little bit.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is kind of a product that's Epitome dies on the side lane again. Fist has had it with this laning phase. But again, I wonder if this is kind of a product of the champions that they're putting Blush on with the Xayah that is very reliant on the enemy team engaging into you and now the Ezreal, which is very self-reliant, but the actual carry potential of this champion is a lot lower than others that we've seen unless you are playing at the highest of peaks, which Blush as the substitute AD carry really shouldn't be expected to do. It does have the arcane shift, so we'll be able to get away from that when becomes lightning, but I want to see them play around Blush a little bit more if you're going to allow him to match up into Crushing Rock with lanes like this, because otherwise we're going to see this happen again in game number 3 where Crushing Rock gets a comfort matchup, he's not bullied out hard enough, and is able to just play the game once the time comes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm just surprised that neither team has picked Jinx yet. Of course, Kog'Maw being some more comfort for Crushing Rock, so I'm not understanding, I'm understanding of that, but I think like just tell me, as we see a fight going on here, it looks like
Night Raven stuck in the 1v4. It does have a lot of healing on the Croc. We'll be able to double dash out. The ultimate coming through from Source Walker, but Floops just playing the defensive linebacker, not letting OMG pass. Call him Gandalf because he's holding the pass, and Source Walker now potentially in trouble. Floops is going to get the knockup. He's got the support of Homura as well, and will burn it down the trees. Floops is exhausted on Panda, but he doesn't care. He's playing Xin Zhao. He is going to keep dashing forward as Whipping comes lightning. Gets a triple kill to Floops out of nowhere.
And this is what we said, right? I mean, you said it, B1. Oh, we're going to give it to Xin Zhao, give it to Floops to carry. And here he is. And this is just TMG being able to play through so many lanes here, as it looks like they're just going to end the game. Crushing Rock's just going to auto turrets.
Yeah, they're looking for a little bit more KDA padding, but TMG DK are going to set themselves to match point here tonight with a stunning 2-0 victory here.
Yeah, holy cow. Just another great performance by the team overall. Of course, I do think we have to get a lot of credit to this and Ninja this game. I think they did very, very well. Of course, Crushing Rock, Homura, very much kind of the backup, the sideshow of this team comp. But Fizz on this TF just moved around the map so well, played his lane very well, played his side lanes impeccably, able to get multiple solo kills on Epitome on that Xerath. And then Ninja just running around on the Xin Zhao, invading early, being aggressive, finding these plays, going into 1v2, 1v3, 1v4, 1v5 almost at the end of that, and just absolutely running them down, fully showing off the power of that Xin Zhao went ahead. And then Night Ravens continuing to, he had a scuffle. It happens. There was a series.
He got targeted a lot in that early game, to be fair.
Yeah,
they made him very difficult.
And we have a laugh because one of his only deaths in a previous series was on Gwen when he also died to turret when he tried to dive somebody. And we see that again. And you know what? Worth it. If I'm you, I'm flash stunning, trying to kill it every time. Everybody is. Like, we're all like, do it. Unlucky that it happened that way, but Night Ravens, another great performance, still ahead in CS, still controlling the lane, still being super impactful in those mid-game fights. TMGD, I mean, I said 3-2, but if we're not careful, this is going to turn into a 3-0 really quick.
Yeah. I think it's exactly what you said. Coming out of game number 1, TMGDK can and will play through anyone. We saw it with Crushing Rock and Homura in game 1, and now with Floops in game number 2, as That's a bit of a lie there. Omega Gaming Goobers didn't win that game number 2. But maybe they'll win game number 3. We'll have to see how they adjust to the draft changes coming into game number 3. So we'll see you when we get to that draft on the other side of this break. Take care. Welcome back, everybody. We are here with our continued coverage of the Titan Esports Winter Vanquisher League Finals with what could potentially be our final game of the night. OMG have not been able to show up today, and TMGDK have been putting on a clinic. Some rough spots in the early game here or there, but otherwise a very clean game.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to give credit to Omega Gaming Goobers. I think they had a great run to get into playoffs. Obviously, you know, TMGD just came off of a really heavy series in Half Orc Barbarians. You know, as we'll see what happens here, but definitely what a lot of people thought, myself included, what should have been the finals, right? However, it's not over till it's over. I just want to say it's not over till it's
Don't
over.
ever say it's over if I'm breathing.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what happens. I still think you're not playing for Rover. It's not happening. He had an opportunity. It didn't happen in 2 games.
If you give that Ambessa versus Renekton matchup and then you don't play for the Ambessa, that's kind of showing that Rover's kind of just on his own. They gave him some attention, but they just didn't do enough. They didn't play towards that top lane enough to outweigh the difficulty that is that Ambessa Renekton matchup.
Yeah, and I think if Epitome is already picking champs like Xerath, I would question if they're playable too. So I think you got to play through Blush. But before we get into game number 3,
we have the All-Stars, the player awards. You can see that Half Orc Barbarians, unfortunately, while out in the semifinals, did end up taking home the MVP with LL Cool Jace in that mid lane there. I'm a little hurt that it's not Revnon because I feel like just through aura points alone, Revnon should have had it. Unfortunately, we won't see Drew Barrymore today as it is Blush in the 80 carry spot, but congratulations to the members of OMG who did make that first team. Source Walker and Drew Barrymore, and a couple of them making it on the second and third team as well. Maybe just the second team. I'm reading the names again. Yeah, it's just Panda on that second team. Whereas for TMG, they had Night Ravens on the second team, and Homura and Crushing Rock on the third team, and Fist on the second team. But first off, Homura getting in for the jungle, great. Better as a support player, should be in that support slot. However, I do feel like it's a little bit of TMGDK anti-bias, personally.
Yeah, I think this is criminal. I'm not saying you have to give them all the 5 slots. I don't think that's the case. You know, LL Cool Jace. I think LL Cool Jace had a great split. I think, you know, if they're gonna win MVP, they should probably be first all team. I get that. You know, obviously we don't see Drew Barrymore on this team. And I understand Ninja, you know, coming in late to the season, so not being able to compete for that dragon role. But like the support and top lane, to me here, this is criminal. Like Night Ravens not being first pro all team is just criminal to me. And
it does really feel like that's a spot that he definitely deserved, but unfortunately did not get this time around. As I believe Elysian members with a few representatives here were also out either in quarters or semis. I'm trying to remember the exact bracket.
Yeah, I think TMGD hands down showing they are currently the best team in the league. You know, it's criminal to me that they didn't get a little more attention here. I get it, their roster swaps, and maybe that's a big contributing factor, excuse me. So I do get that, but yeah, and Crushing Rock to be third, you look at the competition. You look at the competition of Crushing Rock with Revnon and Drew Barrymore, 2 players who have had legacy seasons, I would say, for this particular split. I can't exactly disagree with it. It just hurts to see him hit the third team because he's been one of the best AD carries in the league. But the problem is, one of the best, not the best. Agreed, and I can see that. I do think Homura, again, I know he's kind of getting it for jungle here because he did fill jungle, but Homura just absolutely elevates. Because I think they're the best bot duo in the league by far, hands down.
I'd agree.
Of course, that is duo, not ideally together, but we'll have to see. I think Night Raven's out for a little bit of, you know, really, you're gonna put me in second team with his performance so far. Obviously, that game number 1 was absolutely phenomenal. Game number 2, you know, despite dying under what we all would have expected to be a great tower dive, still putting up a great performance, even being targeted like the way he was. But you know what? I do want to say, no matter how we feel about this, congratulations to all the players. Of course, it's really great to see people be recognized, whether we like it or feel it that way or not. Of course, all these players did deserve it. They played very well throughout the splits. Absolutely. And here we are getting into draft for what could be our final game, TMGD on match point. As OMG says, we're taking blue side this time. We're not giving you B1.
While they shift over to blue, I doubt we're going to see the bans change up all that much. I expect TMGDK to probably just stick with the exact, at the very least, the Urgot and the Master Yi, I don't think are going anywhere. Most likely, OMG is going to continue that mid lane focus, because if for some reason they now gave Fizz that Aurora or that Hwei champions that he has performed excellently on throughout the entirety of the split, I'd be very surprised. So I think this is blue side acting more as a fourth ban on this particular part of the day, where you're gonna ban out 3 mid laners, you're gonna take away that Ahri on third ban here, and then pick up a 4th mid laner, as they're actually gonna ban away the Nocturne instead, take that one away from Floops, as the jungle pool is starting to get ever so smaller. No Jarvans, no Gragases, no Xin Zhaos, no Maokais, no Vi's. The jungle pool is getting pinched, so now it's just going to be a matter of what do you actually have in the tank? Do you have a Darius, which has been nerfed heavily, but, is still there?
Still good.
Do you have a Sejuani or maybe a Jinx, like you were talking about for game number 2? We're finally going to see Blush now on that Jinx, and hey, if there's a champion to play around, Jinx is the one.
No, absolutely. And you know what? Maybe they're listening into the cast, but this is what you got to do. I mean, you pick a focal point. It's not been top. I think if you're already picking Xerath, it tells me your pool is not going to allow it to be mid. And Sourcewalker not on Yi, probably not going to be Sourcewalker. So who do you have left? Your AD carry. Yeah, that's locked in a little early. Of course, could be a flex.
It could go support, I guess. But with Jhin, I'd be a little surprised.
Vel'Koz.
You see it with something more like Misfortune, as Vel'Koz is going to be locked in. Again, also flexible. That could be Panda's pick. I think we'd be a little surprised, but it is still potentially there. But yeah, Epitome just seems to have a much more of a flexible pool, we'll call it, in these mid lane. Some of these out-of-pocket champions here and there, as it is going to be the Vel'Koz in the mid lane as that Nautilus gets locked in. Most likely blind the Amumu. It's holding my attention. This Amumu, I think, is going to be key to whether TMGDK actually ends up winning this game or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a core part of CC. Obviously, it could be potential good, mid jungle 2v2. It's a lot of CC to come out from Ahri and Amumu. Yeah, we'll have to see what the answers is. Of course, we have our bot side mid picked out here. Some top lane bans going to see a little bit of targeting onto Night Ravens here. With the Fiora ban, you got to imagine Camille, probably going to be the other ban here. We'll have to see Lilia and Olaf being banned for the side of TMGD.
TMG banning away junglers makes me think that this Amumu is probably jungle. Again, it's still flexible, but if you're going to lower that jungle pool even more, you have to assume that you either have one already in mind that you don't think OMG is going to ban away, or you're going to be able to just put that Amumu in the jungle list. Okay, we have the double flex. I don't know who's going where, but it's either Pantheon is going to be in the jungle with Amumu in support, or Pantheon's in support with Amumu in the jungle. One of the two.
Yeah, and I will say these are the drafts that I love because you have so much power here. Pantheon can go in 3 spots.
I like this Ornn though. Because TMGDK in these first 4 picks have no tank shredding. Nobody can kill a frontliner on this squad.
Oh, as they double.
Oh, yeah. I like this OMG draft a lot more now because now you have a Jinx with 3 meatballs in front of her, and even Vel'Koz who can provide a decent amount of peel.
Yeah, I love this. Is Kale gonna be locked in? This is giving me Hanawa Life Esports flashbacks.
Okay.
Zeus about to be compared to Night Ravens right now as the Kale. You wanted them to get through the tanks. They're finding a way to do it now.
Yeah, if your tank shredding is not going to come from your AD carry, and it's not going to come from your mid, it's got to come from your top laner.
Yeah.
This is a flex draft in every sense of the word for TMGDK, because you still have that Amumu Pantheon flex, but also they're just saying, yeah, we're just going to lock in Kale 5th pick here against your double tanks. You guys have no pressure at the top side, so what are you going to do? Our Kale's just going to scale. It's a Mundo in the jungle.
It's Mundo Ornn,
Mundo Orn, yeah, they're gonna be able to walk at you, sure, but you're playing Kale, you've got movement speed, and it doesn't matter how many times you die in the early game. If you hit level 16, you're a level 16 Kale. It is going to be the Amumu in support for Homura and Floops on this Pantheon. And Homura with the jungle experience, double dipping on that new Amumu pick, pretty huge. I like the draft for both sides. I always have a personal hatred for Jhin. So I think if there's ever a game that OMG is going to win, it's going to be this one.
I agree, and here's why. I am a big fan of front-to-back team fighting. Like, let's take the game slow, let's scale, let's go even for the most part, and then we're gonna execute in team fights. And OMG has the comp to do that. The one thing that I would be a little worried about is, with the exception of, Nautilus, the CC is a lot more conditional, right?
Yeah,
we have a lot more
great brittle, but
we have Call of the Forge Guy, which is some CC. We have the knockup from Vel'Koz, if that can land. But we have Deadly Flourish from Jhin. We have Curse of the Sad Mummy and Bandage Tosh. We have Charm. We have Pantheon set. So we have some more options there. I think what we really have to see from TMGD is, can they come out of this swinging? We've seen OMG do a great job of being the aggressors in the early game, of coming out, pushing, trying to find a lead, being aggressive, bullying, whatever you want to call it. They did that very well in games 1 and 2. TMGD just played the mid game better, team fighted better, able to come out on top. In the flip side here, they're kind of swapping roles. TMGD needs to come out and body up in the early game and pick up.
Yeah,
and OMG,
you picked Pantheon Jhin. You picked Pantheon Jhin. You have to be aggressive. I want to see them shutting down this bottom lane from minute 1. You know what? If we see a level 2 Pantheon takes red buff, walks across the entire map to bottom lane and gets a gank off, I would not be upset. I think this would be the game to do it, because if you don't shut down the Jinx in the early game, you've got Jhin Amumu. You're not going to outscale the Jinx Nautilus. Nautilus is just kind of Amumu, but better, unfortunately for Amumu.
Well, and eventually, like, you have Orn, Mundo,
and Nautilus. You have an unkillable front line, truly.
Yeah.
If Kale needs to go for Bork Ginsu's type of, like, I'm looking to shred tanks with this game, because your Ahri should not be building like a Liandry's tank killer build. I'd be surprised. She's probably going to go for a Roa style build, so maybe she picks up a Liandry's eventually. But I like Ahri better when she's an assassin, when she can kill. Pantheon scales great as like a bruiser. He's not going to be able to kill tanks. And Jhin, if you're waiting for a Jhin to kill a tank, you might as well wait for, you know, that thing that people talk about in terms of like time, where it's like, if you take a cup of water out of the ocean for every time you climb to the top of Mount Everest, if you do that, by the time you empty the ocean, you'll be through like one part of this number. That's how long you'll have to wait.
Absolutely. Of course, we get into game number 3, TMGD at match point. Looks like something to point out here, some 5v5s. As we look at runes, I do want to point out Electrocute Amumu, our producer, giving us a shout. That is interesting, as we do see Epitome maybe in a dangerous position, but no backup here, as Fizz just gonna face a little bit of damage here. But yeah, keep your eyes on this Amumu, as like we said, they want to come out of the gate swinging this game.
Yeah, Amumu wishes to commit lots of violence and murder some people this game. And you know what? That's the kind of thing I appreciate when you're playing a support like this. You know you have to play aggressive. Aftershock is just not going to do it for you. You have to play to kill this Jinx in the early game. And by God, if you're going to do it, Electrocute Ignite is how you're going to do it. Yeah,
something to point out here as we need to pay attention to the junglers. It looks like that TMGD has set up a vertical map. Floops taking over this red side for OMG, already taking red buff and gonna have his blue side up. This is definitely not where you want to be as OMG, having your jungler completely peeled off from you. And like you said, if you're Kale,
side of the map,
you just need to collect your experience. If you're down in gold for a bit, that's okay.
Yeah,
We'll wait.
how much gank assist is Ornn really going to give a Mundo? Like, how much can they actually provide in terms of CC and damage to kill you in the early game? Like, yeah, your Kayle, your melee in the early game,
Oh,
it's
look
not a lot
at
of fun.
this.
It's Fist continuing to just bully out Epitome, Flash Ignite, the auto taking away the pods are not enough! Fist takes first blood in game 3!
He says he should have put me on first team. That was crazy. Absolutely understanding the damage. We understand why Ahri was just absolutely taken away from him for game number 1 and 2. Just absolutely dominant there. As no flash, no TP for Epitome here. And Flash Ignite proving again to have some added value.
Yeah, Epitome will burn that TP to get back to lane, so potentially evening out some of the loss of that early kill, but Fist picking up that early Darksteel screams confidence to me. And when you're playing as a star mid laner like this, that's what you have to show. It's what you have to be when you're playing in a match like this that is so important. It's the decider for your entire season. Was this season a success for your team? Or are you going home kind of saying like, yeah, we made it to finals. That's great, but we didn't take it in the end. Having your number 1 mid laner, arguably number 1 mid laner, show up in a game like this, that's the kind of stuff you want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And the draft here, like we talked about, favoring OMG. And I think that screams scaling, right? I mean, if you're TMGD, you got to come out swinging like you did. And we've seen that vertical happen here from TMGD. We have to see what Ninja's going to do with it. As the top wave not in a great spot for Night Ravens, as he is being vertical, definitely something to keep in mind. He's going to be in a rough position, so we'll see if Ninja is able to make something happen on this bot side and get some value out of it.
Yeah, I did also want to point out, we didn't get the chance to talk about it in terms of the runes. It is airy on the Ornn for Rover, as Night Ravens is forced to lose that flash up on the top side. Maybe still in a bit of trouble as Rover's flashing forward. They want to find the damage, and Source Walker, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe the Mundo Ornn can, in fact, walk the Kayle down.
Yeah, and I think that was just, of course, Night Ravens walked down to ward, and I think realizing, oh, crap, this Mundo is probably in a bad spot. The knockup for Fizz, taking so much damage.
Has to be a little scared here of the damage that the Vel'Koz can do. Yeah, you got that first blood, that's great, but you gotta respect those true damage procs do quite a bit of work.
Yeah, as we see, Homura might be looking to make a play. The electrocute just going to help him shove out this wave. Of course, bot lane, not a ton of pressure there, as we do see Panda cancel their recall, so maybe they're going to be looking for something bot here. But great job by Homura, kind of bailing Fist out of a bad situation.
Yep, that's what you want to see from your supports. When you have the time to get out of that bottom lane, help your mid laners out, help your junglers out, see if there's an opportunity for you to roam with them, make a play happen, even just help them even out a wave so they can get a good recall off. Do your due diligence as a support. Make sure your team is in a comfortable spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do kind of like the Ahri here. I mean, it's unique, and of course you're never really as we do see the bandage toss coming in.
Gets the bandage toss in. Fist has to burn all 3 charges of the Spirit Rush and then misses the charm. The electrocute igniter taking away. Homura is going to be able to survive, but Source Walker flashes over that wall and does not want to let the Amumu escape. Epitome survived by the skin of his teeth and the suckling of those health potions, but managing to survive nonetheless, as on the other side, TMG will take that first dragon, but a very aggressive play from Homura, punished well by OMG.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is not the way you want this game to start. Of course, the Mundo already up 2-0, building towards that Heartsteel. Starting off early scaling, we have almost 1,000 gold lead, getting those first grubs. I mean, this is not the way you want to see the beginning of this game go. The vertical not really achieving anything yet for TMGD.
Yeah, it does give them that priority on the bottom side, and it's giving Crushing Rock about 12 CS. But just a 2-wave lead when you're looking at the potential scaling of that Jinx lane is not the one you want to see, as Crushing Rock is going to get engaged on Exhausted. He used to use that barrier and that flash to get out. Floop is in the area, though. Blush, nice cleanse to get away from that shield ball, but now Homura's in the area. It looks like they're just going to be able to turn on the Panda, but Homura will get the flash out of the Jinx at the very least. And now the curtain call opens up as Crushing Rock hits that level 6, the 4th shot. Dodged out as Homura, buddy, we can't be making that play, as Floop is going to get in and get the revenge, but Homura playing a little too aggressive as the feat of warfare will go over to OMG, and now Floops. I don't think you win this 1v1 versus the Mundo. He's got his passive on. He will be able to eventually auto attack you down. That vicious cleaver doing a ton of work and shut down over to the Mundo.
Damn, that was just just
3-0 here, but a nice little dash from Crushing Rock.
Oh
Can't get through the laser in time. Unfortunately, walking through a laser does quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, and just like we said, OMG continuing to show early game prowess, playing the early game a lot better than TMGD. And unfortunately, even if TMGD executes the mid game better like they have from a team comp perspective, they're in trouble.
Yeah, not the easiest spot to play from at this point. Homura continuing to be aggressive, and that's what you want to see when you're playing this electrocute support, when you're playing to try and stop the scaling. But you have to worry about, if you play too aggressive, you kind of just give them the keys to said scaling by giving them a little bit too much gold, a little bit too much XP while you're not on the map. As you can see the level difference just between the supports. Panda has level 6. Homura still looking to try and hit level 5.
Yeah, definitely a huge thing there. Obviously, a lot of roams from Homura, but that Curse of the Sad Mummy is a huge piece there. So I mean, if you're Homura, you've got to get to level 6. I mean, you've got to go collect some experience down here, and what will happen on the rest of the map.
Yeah, it's just a matter of you making it in time to actually get to that level 6, because this is what happens when you roam a little too much. Is now Panda's going to look for a punish. I think Homura's going to end up being the sacrifice. Does get the stun in onto Panda as the hook misses, but no flash on the Amumu means that it will just be free gold over to Blush.
Yeah, and OMG just absolutely playing this early game better. Really kind of punishing this vertical, as you know, both junglers even in CS. But Sourcewalker definitely getting the better of it so far. Of course, objectives are even, and there's still a lot to go. You know, this Jhin doing a good job, going to be up about 2 to 2.5 waves after collecting this. But you know what? It doesn't get easier for TMGD. So for them to be struggling now is not a great sign.
I think you could even argue it gets harder, actually, as the Jinx starts to get online, as Mundo, currently 3-0 pre-10 minutes, has his Heartsteel finish, already has a stack on it. But life's not going to get any easier for TMG DK. I think you're right.
Yeah, it's going to be rough, but we'll see what happens. Of course, drag up in 1 minute, looking bot side again, as Sourcewalker just kind of running at them, as Mundo does, goes where he pleases. But we'll see nothing come of it. I do want to see kind of, can they start to do anything as they play around this top side? You know, it looks like Kale, the amp tone, the traditional build just being like, you know, Nashor's Tooth into Death Cap, but we'll have to see the route that they decide to go. Of course, we have a fight on the
bottom lane. Panda eats up that force shot with the aftershock and the W shield, but now Floops in trouble as teleport in from Epitome just to make sure. Sourcewalker now on a rampage. Epitome with that teleport movement speed, trying to catch up to Homura. Sidesteps the knock up, sidesteps the slow. Is the ulti gonna do enough? Not enough, but the rocket will. Flush from downtown is gonna hit that shot every time. Sourcewalker tanks up that force shot for Panda as well, and everybody from OMG walks away happy.
As I said, just OMG absolutely dominating this early game, up about 2,000 gold here. You got to imagine that will secure the drag for them. And if you're TMGD, you've got to make a choice here. You've got to decide where you're going to start making your stand in these skirmishes. Are we going to commit everything to bot lane? Are we going to play around this? Ooh, there's a little bit going on here in the mid lane. Getting some emotes out here. Eptone saying, you may have got me in the early levels, but that's only 1 kill, and we are taking over the game. Almost a 3,000 gold lead here for OMG as we see Night Ravens pick up this wave at tower. They got a long way to go for Kale, so if they don't stem the bleeding quickly, they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, stemming the bleeding, I think, has to become the name of the game here for TMGDK. Yeah, Homura, it's great that you brought that Electrocute and you're trying to be aggressive, but you got to hit level 6. It's 12 minutes into the game, and you still don't have your ultimate. Hopefully, you'll hit that soon, and maybe you can start providing a little bit more utility for your squad, but you got to be worried about the state of the game at this point. Rover's only going to get tankier from here. Keystone doesn't particularly matter for Ornn. Blush will have that completed Yuntal Wild Arrow soon. OMG is going to pick up all 6 of these grubs, which is going to give them that objective timer on the feet. It's only getting more difficult for TMGDK, and that's kind of been our hearkening call throughout this game, as upgraded boots will be picked up by OMG, and for once they have a lead that I feel like they can actually hang on to in this early game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think obviously there may be a play bot side here, but as we do see Floops running down, they may be looking to really collapse on this and get the wave push. Obviously, got to be careful, as Vel'Koz is no real stranger to getting the wave push. That ultimate is up. The life form disintegration ray doing so much work. As he is spotting it out.
Homura has level 6, a nice sidestep away from that Vanish Toss, flashes away from the flash curse of the Sad Mummy as well. The Epitome will manage to survive. Now with Source Walker in the area, Blush and Panda being sort of zoned off by Fish. Floop still trying to just navigate his way out. Will manage to walk away. And everybody from TMGDK walks away, which I think is honestly a win for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Able to shrink the gold lead a little bit here. Shout out to Night Ravens only being down a little over a wave right now. Of course, a CS lead for Fist in the mid lane and a small CS lead for Crushing Rock in the bot lane as well. Kale is starting to get there, getting very close to level 11. Looks like we do see a pickaxe. Could be Gwinsu's first build here. Likely the item.
Oh, Fist has that Spirit Rush. Is going to get the charm off on it to Epitome, who's already gotten so much damage off with that Lifelorn Disintegration Ray. Do you have the damage to finish it off? Flash available for Fist. They just need to hit one more Q. The second part misses, and it will mean that the shutdown will go to Floops, but Epitome makes something happen in the return.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Epitome, you're okay with that. I mean, there was a lot expended to get you there, and I think, when you think about how these team fights are going to play out as the game goes on, you're going to be standing behind 3 beefy frontliners, so any gold you can get in your pocket is going to be great, as Night Ravens is in trouble.
Yeah, Blue Smite down. Flash out from the Kale should mean that she just gets to walk away. Nice little sidestep there on the briefcase as well. Source Walker not able to get that slow, which means that Night Ravens will expend the flash, but will survive.
Yeah, obviously, Floop's doing a good job of trying to cover. You see some pings coming out, doing a good job of tracking that and recognizing where he's at. Or assuming where he's at, excuse me. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think through individual CS leads, TMGD is doing a decent job of trying to stem the gold lead. Obviously, some of that is shutdown gold. Floop's just getting the shutdown there on Epitome. But like I said, the way these fights are playing out, this is definitely not Homura's best game so far.
Yeah, and as a support, this is kind of how you live or die when you're playing the aggressive engaged support. You'll play aggressive, and if you get the kills, you look really good, you look like you're dominating the game. It's kind of like the Hylissang effect, where you play like an absolute madman. You engage every time, everywhere, always, and when it works, you look like a genius. You look like you're finding the perfect engage angle every single time, but when it doesn't, people just kind of call you an intern and are like, damn, wait, was he ever good? When he was good, sometimes you just have to question whether he's always good.
Yeah, absolutely. 40 seconds for this next drag to come up. We do have some priority in the mid lane as we see TMGD look in to get vision. Of course, Source Walker also on this bot side, Panda refreshing their wards and heading this way. So we'll have to see as Night Ravens definitely in a much better spot as this game is going on. Rookerin already bought here for Rover saying, nope, I'm not going to let you just AP me out of this game. Of course, we'll have to see how that lines up later in the game. But just the pure health still going to be super effective in the Jhin. 3 sets of Swifties picked up for TMGD. Seeing a ton of value in the increased movement speed and slow resist here.
There's also 2 Swifty boots picked up for OMG as well, so I feel like everybody is just very worried about slows in this game and wants to be able to navigate the map very quickly, as Night Ravens, now with level 11, should feel like a little bit more of a threat in the laning phase, but Rover, again, Rookern plus that Bramble Vest on the Ornn means that it's very difficult to actually not only trade back into him, but also kind of just hurt him at all, ever. He's Ornn. He's hard to kill. Shocker.
Yeah, absolutely.
This it does mean, though, water is wet. Ornn is hard to kill.
It does mean, though, that if Ornn ever rotates again or moves, we are to the point now where Night Ravens is really going to start putting some damage on those towers. Of course, credit to OMG not allowing them to get any of those grubs. Going to slow that down a little bit. Of course, the Rift Herald is up right now, although we do see, looks like an ultimate here on the mid side.
Yeah,
holy
they're looking
cow.
for it, and they will find it. Epitome
quick.
knocked down in mid, but now on the bottom side, Homura sidesteps the rocket, has a couple of biscuits in inventory, so we'll be able to heal back up quite a bit as the curtain call is now opened up. Sourcewalker potentially the target, but has that ulti, will just go where he pleases, and everyone will walk away.
Yeah, that's a good little fight back here. Of course, gold still about 1,000 out of reach. Fist with that kill, getting another big CS lead, up 26 CS right now, taking down the first turret. It's going to be a huge gold lead there. Like you said, great to see the assassin come out from this Ari, going for that Malignance first. You've got to imagine we will see some more damage-based items. I don't expect the Leandres to come out too much here, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. That is 2 towers down, and the gold lead equalizes for TMGD.
Yeah, it looks like Fist is most likely going to move towards the Shadow Flame, which I think is probably just one of the most like efficient damage items on Ari that just kind of exists, because there's nothing else in the game that'll make your Orb of Deception second half crit, which is really where a lot of Ari's damage comes from. It's kind of why I don't like building Flat Pen on her a ton. It's an unpopular opinion because most of her kit is still like, you know, purely magic damage, but I feel like a lot of it is in that Orb of Deception. So if you get your Shadow Flame and then you start building like a little bit of cooldown reduction in your boots instead of the Magic Pen in those boots, you can get a little bit more value out of that Shadow Flame by just throwing out more and more Qs, getting more and more damage out of the execute threshold.
Yeah, I'm actually a big fan. I know Faker does this a lot, but it's like CDR boots, there is so much value. You know, it's like if you don't specifically need the pen, like, now let's be honest, in this game, probably need the pen.
You so probably want the pen.
I think it's fine.
You're 1.5 of your sources of magic damage, and even then Homura is helping you get a little bit more true damage off of that magic damage, but you still want the pen. As Night Ravens is probably dead here, has that Cosmic Radiance, so we'll be able to stay alive for a lot longer and maybe look for a turnaround, but Sourcewalker has a briefcase, shoves it in Night Raven's face, and just says, I am Mundo, you are dead.
Yeah, but of course, keep an eye on this bot side. They may be looking to crush on a tier 2 here. It's going to be a lot of gold potentially to go over the side of TMGD, although they are going to get a TP out. That Rover is going to show up, and they are just going to have Sourcewalker push that bot side. He's got to come in the Pantheon.
Pick Blush, able to get the flash out. First shot from the curtain call lands. Second shot doesn't, but it activates the walls, and the third shot does. Shut down to Crushing Rock, that sniper from downtown.
Absolutely great as we see Crushing Rock pick up that shutdown. Going to be a huge thing. You know, we look at this gold lead, slight actual lead for TMGD with that shutdown, putting them ahead about 300-400 gold. Of course, Night Ravens, you know, we're kind of on a ticking clock, right? You want to talk about how this Kale pick impacts the game. Level 13, right? Same thing with this Ornn, level 13. Ornaments about to start coming through, level 14, 15, 16. That's going to start contributing a lot, especially when you think about the additional tank items that we're going to see. Now, Jinx, also something to keep in mind, level 11. They are on 2 items here, so quite a bit away for the Jinx still to kind of be that, like, cake over a team fight threat. So we'll have to be here. And in this point, it's kind of a race, right? It's like, can Night Ravens get there first, or can Blush get there first? As we do see OMG taking the opportunity, recognizing, hey, Jhin can't stop us, as they just go ahead and force on that and look towards Soul Point here in about 45 seconds.
Yeah, and it is the Ocean Soul as well. And hey, if you ever wanted to make your Mundo Ornn even harder to kill that isn't a mountain dragon, Ocean's probably just your next best bet. As the more you're hitting, the more you're applying damage, even for something like a Thorn Mail, the more you're healing, the more you're sustaining. You're just staying alive forever. And that's kind of the issue that we were saying with this TMGDK squad. They don't have the ability to take down these tanks. So if they are continuing to sustain as Homura is forced to flash away from that hook of a Panda, you have the problem exacerbates itself. It gets even worse.
Yeah. Keep an eye on Fist down here as he's pulling a lot of pressure. The whole team going to rotate down, maybe giving some opportunities, although,
Woo! Blind Panda. A little crazy for that one, but it will cancel the back out of loops. And they're a little worried about a potential dragon take, so they are going to activate it and just make sure no one else is in the area. But with enough wards for TMGDK, they're confident that this dragon is not currently being taken.
Yeah, and I think you just, if you're OMG, you just like, let's get our waves out. Let's look here as, they are going to start looking.
Yeah, but with Panda in the area.
preemptive there. Maybe some miscommunication.
I don't hate it. For the Jin ulti especially, you can pop that one aggressively as flash hook in from Panda. Speaking of aggression, goodbye, Crushing Rock. Source Walker smacks him in the face and takes the shutdown gold.
Yeah, and I don't hate this too. It's like, hey, they're going to get Dragon and probably Otacon, so we're going to overload this top side. Like, we're going to take this tower, we're going to continue to push on Rover, or maybe not. Maybe they're going to contest anyway, as Ninja just kind of walking away. Very interesting call here. I'm not quite sure what their plan is.
Yeah, it's just a matter of what do you want to actually do, as Panda's going to sidestep the charm, play a little for fun, get a little last spam in there on the Arya. Soul point goes over to OMG. So Epitome is going to start pressuring down this bottom side turret as well. With these 6 grubs, it's just even mages, even tanks can just eat these turrets alive.
Yeah, TMG just looking the most uncoordinated they have. All split, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Certainly
close to it, as Floops is going to cancel out that recall from Source Walker, but is this even the fight you want to take? Epitomy's going to get stunned up. There's that curse of the Sad Mummy, finally finding some value. They're going to try and give it over to Night Ravens, but Night Ravens was just hanging on to it, waiting it out a little bit too long, which means Homura had to take the credit. Not exactly the spot the TMG wanted to be in. I like the thought, but it just didn't end up working out. I think there must have been something with the vision there.
Yeah, absolutely weird. Like you said, they tried to pass it over there, but of course, Murra taking it down, still going to be a good pick. Does kind of, ruin any point for Otacon take, but OMG, gold's even. You're playing the scaling comp. You have 3 dragons. We've seen our Ord items coming in, both Source Walker and Blush getting those items, upgraded Heartsteel. Yep, and upgraded Infinity Edge. So, like you said, the clock is here. I mean, Night Raven's still level 14. I don't know if Kale is going to be able to get big enough, quick enough to make a difference in this game.
The window of their opportunity to find a win in this game, I think, is closing, and it's turning more into how does OMG lose more than how can TMGDK win? And there are points in that game, normally I think much later in the game where that happens, but when you're looking at a composition like this where they've been, I wouldn't say thoroughly outdrafted, but have drafted themselves certainly into a corner with this early Jhin pick that you just kind of have to say, the opponent has to make a mistake for us to win. We can't really find these opportunities on our own, because who are we getting a pick on? Are we going to find Jinx alone? She's never going to be alone. As speaking of being alone, Homura is getting engaged on here. Call the Forge gone onto that backline, finds a 3-man knockup. Homura is going to get that divine assistance, but Night Ravens can't keep him alive forever, and now he's going to turn and get engaged on himself. Fist trying to get some damage down on the front line, but just pops in retaliation. Crushing Rock pops that curtain call, but who's low enough to kill? Who are you dealing damage to? Fist wants to find a little chip on the Blush, but it's just a little bit of chip, and now OMG just gets to straight turn to the Baron and say, hey, we still have a Jinx alive. We can just take this objective down.
Yeah, and I mean, look at it. They just did no damage. I mean, Night Raiders just effectively did nothing. He ulted the Amumu to keep them alive for a little bit of time, as they are going to look for something here.
Getting a little bit of damage, has that shield of himself, so we'll stay alive for quite a bit of time, but certainly not long enough. Source Walker is going to knock him down, and now with no jungler, TMG has to find a way to try and assuage this Baron. They have to try and stall it out. TP in from Night Raven, so Murra's on the way. The Baron take is fairly slow, as nice charm from Fist is going to cancel out a lot of the value on that hook. The Baron did quite a bit of work. 2 of these squishier members. Maybe they could find their angle here, as it will be Rover going down. Crushing Rock able to find that kill. Flash away from Epitome. Flash in from Homura. Gets the 3-man curse of the Sad Mummy, but there's no follow-up. No one's there with you. Night Ravens will find Panda. Homura thought he had the hero play, but no one was there behind him.
Wow, absolutely great thing there. I mean, hey, TMGD got him off the Baron. They've kept the gold leaf close to even. Not even down 1,000 gold here. Night Ravens pick up a kill. Crushing Rock picks up a kill. You know what? I think all things said and done, that was pretty well recovered by TMGD and what could have been game ending. But now we have to set our sights on this Ocean Soul Dragon coming up here in 1
timers in
minute.
This game matter. That 1 minute, like you said, for that Ocean Soul and that little purple bar underneath Kale to that level 16. Night Ravens is so close a wave or two, a couple more camps will get him there. And if your Kale hits level 16, you have your win condition. It doesn't matter how far behind your Amumu is. It doesn't matter how far behind your Pantheon is. If they can allow Kale to play the game, they will allow her. Kale has hit 16 and is in time for this Ocean Soul fight. Is looking for a potential recall, but this is a very late one to go for.
Yeah, I think you need to refresh Health and Mana and get whatever items you can. This is likely going to be the fight that decides the game, right? I think, of course, they've got to look to get some mid prio here, and you also want to bait out time as Homura's ultimate just came back up, as that is also going to be key here. But yeah, we'll have to see how these fights start out. Homura kind of the only real engaged, but there is so much damage. So can Night Ravens help them get this front line down? Is Homura just going to be going in on?
Yeah, getting engaged on the Pantheon ulti's coming down. Homura might not even be able to get a decent ulti off. Get some of that backline and we'll find a stun, but just not enough. Floops will be the next to go down, and OMG are still healthy enough on the front line. Rover will manage to walk away with his life. Panda so far the only member who's died for them, as Source Walker is still playing Mundo and does not care if you are a level 16 Kale. He will go where he pleases. He will force the flash out of Crushing Rock, and he's going to guarantee soul for his squad.
Holy cow. And this is what we talked about, that team comp. That was a great heads up by OMG to say, oh, you're engaged? Yeah, we're just going to take care of that right now as they jump on the Amumu. And this is Soul, and this is Ocean Soul for that team as we get a quick replay of what's going on here.
Yeah, it looks like a good start for them, but
yeah,
just not enough damage coming out of these carries. This is what we were worried about in the draft. The tanks are just too tanky.
Yeah, I'm just not able to get anything done there. And Crushing Rock tries, but just look at Night Ravens, just nothing. Just nothing.
Yeah.
Just negative damage. Just
no Bork on that Kale.
You know what? You're right. You're right. There isn't. And that's yeah, and what are they building towards now? Looks like Terminus, maybe. I don't know. They're in trouble. Ocean Soul. I mean, what do you do? You're expecting Jin to apply Grievous wounds like that? Come on, guys.
At this point, I think we're starting to think about Game 4 for TMG DK. I think this was a little bit of a, hey, let's pick Electrocuted Mumu support. Let's pick Kale in the top lane to try and counter these tanks. Let's see if we can flex on them in a victory. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to work for them this time. It would take, realistically, a tremendous amount of throwing on a repeat for OMG to lose this game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think you just stick to front to back in these team fights. Like, what are you going to do? Who's going to touch Jake's? Jake's almost on 3 items.
Yeah, we haven't had the chance to talk about this bottom lane too much because we've been talking a lot about Night Ravens, about Fist, and even about Floops as well in that jungle, making a lot of early game plays happen. But Source Walker still hasn't died in this game, by the way. 9-0 on the Mundo, 300 stacks on an upgraded Heartsteel. I don't think he's going to die this game, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. Level 16 is maybe a collapse here on the top side.
Yeah, Source Walker walking forward, forcing the flash out of Foops. Fists forced to use that ulti offensively, and when you're an RA forced to use that ult as a defensive tool instead of an offensive one, you know it's just a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, and with that pressure, it does look like they're going to look to start that Baron up, and if you're TMGD, not a lot you can do about it, but they may be looking after all.
Yeah. Again, you're playing for your win condition in that bottom lane right now on that Kale, but it just feels a little too late. Baron down to 7k, but they're just going to look for an engage instead, and Homura will be the target. Panda, though, wants to find Crushing Rock, gets that ulti down onto him. Maybe overextended a little bit too far as Panda just gets one shot before he can sustain. And speaking of sustain, yeah, Source Walker is in the area, so there's no more fighting to be had. Everyone is forced to run from the terrifying threat that is this Mundo. Fist forced to walk away, gets over the wall, but Mundo doesn't care. He's walking forward anyway. Blush is going to get a reset and start to go legendary and start to pop off. Epitome now unstoppable. A double kill over to Blush. Floops will eventually die. A triple kill to Blush with all that attack speed. And this one's all over but the Nexus.
Yeah, this is a pretty rough one. I can't imagine how TMGG comes to clean this game out. You look at the gold lead, it's not terrible, right? It's like 3k, but Ocean Soul, Baron, the team comp is just absolutely extensive, and look at how healthy these tanks are. I mean, the Source Walker is 9, 0, and 10. 214 CS. going on his 4th completed item. And guess what? Orange level 17. Everybody's gonna have ornaments.
Yeah. Everybody's got ornaments. He just needs to hand it off to Panda now, and Orn will be at maximum tankiness until he gets to his full build. But even just at 3 items, he's tanky enough. He's got an Ocean Soul. He's got a Thorn Veil. I think even if Night Ravens did have the Bork at this point in this game, give Night Ravens a full other item. Give him Bork plus any armor pen item, any magic pen item they want. Give him like Bloodletter's Curse, another attack speed item, whatever they want. Would not matter. The Kale can't carry the game at this point. It does truly feel like it's all over.
Yeah, absolutely. As they look to siege with this Baron, and guess what? You still have Vel'Koz and Jinx. Like, you have decent wave clear with Night Ravens. I mean, hitting level 17 themselves, but again, I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, again, it feels like this one is all over but the Nexus, and TMGDK have to start thinking about game 4 now. Maybe a game they may not have been expecting to get to if the first 2 games are to be believed. Charm comes through for Fist, but yeah, Rover's kind of tanky on the Ornn. Turns out it's hard to kill the guy who's got 1 billion tank stats in every single stat, as first inhibitor will be taken down here in the mid lane, and Source Walker continuing to lead the charge. Night Ravens and the rest of TMGDK are forced to just sit back and watch as their Nexus is going to start to crumble. Call the Forge God used onto Crushing Rock. The ulti there defensively catches the rocket as well, so a lot of engage ultimates used, but do you have any sort of follow-up? Floops is going to get in onto the backline, but what sort of backline do you have there to kill? Knock up on knock up on knock up, and Flush goes on a rampage. Crushing Rock is forced to run, heal back to the base, but it looks like this one isn't done. OMG will not be full swept, and we are going to game number 4.
Yeah, like you said, 3-1. That was your prediction, right? So we will have to see how they do it as Omega Gaming Goobers takes this one down. I think Source Walker, player of the game this game, does a great job. That vertical, in theory, was incredible. In practice, it did not go the way TMGD wanted it.
Yeah, it just really felt like Kale doesn't do anything in the early game, and this is the problem with Kale. If you're not hyper accelerated ahead of Ornn, if you're not solo killing him pre-level 6, you're gonna get outscaled. Jinx Nautilus in the bottom lane had no issues dealing with the Jhin Amumu, had no issues dealing with the Pantheon. It really felt like OMG was just comfort from minute 1, truly.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, credit to coaching for OMG too. I mean, great draft. Like, the ability to lock those 2 picks in and recognizing, what you're seeing come out from TMGD and say, hey, I don't know how you're supposed to pick this out. And like, the Kale was a nice thought, but again, in practice, it doesn't give them what they want. Hey, we're going to a game 4.
We are going to game 4. Speaking of that, we will come back to you guys when we have that draft ready. So we'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. After my crushing victory in the Guess That Champion segment between the breaks, we are back for game number 4 between OMG and TMGDK. I'm still Brittany, that's still Leslie. And what we thought might have been the potential last game that I ended up being a lot more interesting than we thought. OMG, I think, have finally showed up to the level that we were excited to see them play throughout this series. They woke up a bit here. They played around Blush. They gave the Jinx all of the carry options they needed and just absolutely ran the game over from minute 1.
Yeah. Draft gap. I want to put it out here too. TMGD, you guys gave him the game. I don't know why. I think there were lots of things open still. I don't know. Obviously,
four
going
champions
into
that can't kill tanks, and then picked the Kale and said, "All right, go Night Ravens."
Hope this is enough. And then didn't play around the Kale either. So I think this was one of those games where yes, you guys might be the better team, but you still have to try. Like you can't.
You have to win the game.
Draft gap. Coaches credit. OMG, you guys did the right thing. Great job. Source Walker ran that game like very much.
The response on 4-5 really was what made that the draft gap. It wasn't like they were picking God, who's like a really bad champion. It's not like they were blind picking Rise in game 1 and then following that up with like a Teemo pick alongside a Lux support. Like they weren't trying to actively make it a bad draft. They were looking for aggressive early game, trying to run the game over, take the early fast win like they have been throughout the rest of the series, but they left a lot of tanks open on 4-5, and OMG just said, hey, we can play Mundo, we can play Ornn, we'll just outscale and out-tank you. And it worked, but now this is the problem with Fearless Draft. You're not going to get away with that again. You can't make that happen again. We are going to be down, I believe, if I remember right, to 3 bans per side now as we are in game 4 of a best-of-5 Fearless series. So won't have any more second phase of bans. So the second phase of the draft should be a lot more open, but it also means that you have a lot less to work with.
Yeah, I think it'll be very interesting as we do see TMGD go on red side here still. OMG probably going to see the same bans. I got to imagine we'll see Urgot and Yi. Yi number 1 saying no.
Maybe the Urgot comes through then, given that something has changed. Normally, if teams are taking the same draft or taking the same bans, they keep it in the same order throughout the entirety of the series. They don't really change it up. Changing the first ban here makes me, I'm smelling something in the water. Something's going to be different.
Nope.
Or not, never mind. Okay.
Statement piece.
All right, I was cooking too hard. I burned the kitchen down. All right, yeah.
They just wanted to make sure Source Walker knew you're not playing Yi. Not gonna happen. I'm just saying, whoever in chat or somebody in chat that said true cinema would be TMGD losing this game and then picking blue side and B1ing Master Yi in game 5 with no bans. And
it would be.
I agree. That would be peak cinema. I don't know if Ninja could play Master Yi. I'm sure he could. As we see,
give it to Fizz. Give it to Fizz mid lane. Let him pull a little faker. The Master Yi mid lane.
We do see Brand coming out. I assume this may have something to do with a pinched champ pool from Epitome, but we'll see what happens as the Corki gonna be locked in. Of course, we do tend to see Corki a little bit better in the bot lane now, not quite as strong as the mid lane, but it is still a flex. It does still show up. And then the Zac gonna be locked in here for either Flukes or Night Ravens.
Zac. I don't know how I feel about the early Zac, especially seeing a Brand, a champion who really loves to build that Leandry's Rylai's combo, the Blackfire Torch as well. Whether it's in Source Walker, Epitome, or Panda's hands, it's going to be very difficult for this Zac to actually play the game and be as tanky as he really wants to be, as it's going to be a Scion as well. Okay, we're seeing a Bruisery, kind of difficult to get through draft again here against TMGDK. Do they have a tank shredder outside of this Corki? Do they have someone who can make something happen, as it's going to be Orianna comboed with the Zac? Because normally it's that Orianna Nocturne, but with the Nocturne banned, they go to the second best ball delivery system in that Zac.
Yeah, I think TMGD needs to be very careful about what they pick here. Poppy, a big potential pickup for OMG, for either Panda or Source Walker. I do think, and this is my hot take, and this is maybe some background info, Brand jungle. I think it was just
still
buffed.
exists. It's
It was
still
just
there.
buffed. They just shifted some numbers around to make it a little more viable because it would have been nerfed so heavily. Source Walker was a big brand jungle player back when it was meta. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that once more. So keep that in mind. That may not be a mid pick. It could be a jungle.
Again, it's right now it's triple flex. It could go mid, it could go support, it could go jungle. So we'll have to keep our eye on where that's going to go as the Nami is locked in with Corki. Me personally, as a Nami player, I like this lane pairing. Corki applies your bubbles very easily. There's that Poppy you were talking about against the Zac, against the Corki. Gonna make life difficult for them. I like the Nami paired with the Corki. I don't know how I feel about it versus a Sivir, just because that continuous sustained damage really does eat through your mana in the early game. And now with the increased power of that Janna or Panda, we've got an Enchanter matchup in the bottom lane. Not something you normally see in all these competitive matches.
Yeah, and we are going to see TMG's Fiora.
It's a Poppy?
I think this is just a straight hands check. I think Night Ravens just fully comfortable with this matchup. I also think there's a challenge here that says Poppy going into the jungle. So it says, yes, very good gank pressure, but you're still not in lane. And you know what? Fiora is also just a key pickup for Night Ravens. He's a big bruiser fighter player. So we'll have to see execution. I think on paper,
also see where everything flexes out to. Because, yeah, it could be Poppy jungle, Scion top with that brand mid. But it could be Poppy top, Scion jungle brand mid, or even Poppy top brand jungle, Scion mid versus the Orianna.
Could be. Yeah. Definitely an interesting setup here. I think for Night Ravens, this is just comfort, right? Like, I think he's very comfortable on Fiora. He plays the champ a lot. As we are going to see Scion mid.
Actually, Scion mid. Okay. All right, we're cooking this game.
And I think this is a straight thing to Source Walker, as his brand jungle as a player. I don't actually know how much he's played Poppy recently or the split. Of course, gives the Zac a little bit better free roam across the early and mid game until we can get those top laners involved. But it is a far worse matchup for Night Ravens. That execution going to have to be see how that goes. And same thing in mid here is like, depending on itemization, you hit a point where like you get to the end of the early in that mid game where like Orianna just does no damage to the Scion. So we'll have to see how that comes up here.
It's going to be on Crushing Rock and Night Ravens to kill tanks, and it's going to be on Fist to find a combo that hits 2 of the 3 between Source Walker, Blush, and Panda, and knocks a couple of them into that ball to set up the rest of the team for success. But TMGDK, I think, have better team fighting options this time around. They're not so indexed in the early game that if they're not winning at 5 minutes, it's over, unlike last game. And OMG, I think this draft is a little bit more up in the air for them. I don't know how I feel about Sivir Janna as a lane. I think Sivir's just a currently very weak champion, unfortunately. The AD carry pools have been pinched so much over the course of this series. We've seen 8 of those AD carries already gone just based on the 3 games. There's 6 of those AD carries, gone as those 3 games have gone previous. So the pools just get lower and lower. Poppy, I think, is probably the best champion in this draft just because you stuff the Zac engages, you stop Corki from getting away, you keep Night Ravens down in lane, which is a really big deal for this OMG team. And if Rover's online, the game can be theirs. But I think TMG have a very solid team fight draft that is very much in their lane, in their comfort zone.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be paying attention to the jungles a lot this game and seeing what lanes they decide they want to play for, how they can impact the game. Of course, Zac having a much bigger gank potential and setup potential. But when you talk about team fighting, Brand has an excellent clear, the ability to kind of power farm, get to where you can fight in those mid-game skirmishes and team fights, and be very effective with that ultimate. So we'll have to see how it breaks down. But I do agree with you. I want to focus a lot on Crushing Rock and Homura versus Blush and Panda. I think this bot lane duo is where we're going to see the game kind of break out one way or another.
Yeah, I think it's also important to mention that neither of these teams really has a good go button in regards to any sort of engage. You have Sivir Scion, like you can speed him up while he's ulting and he can try and knock in on somebody. And for TMG, you can try and get a Zac Oriana combo, but it gets stuffed by Poppy. So if she's in the right place at the right time, you're never getting engage off. You're going to be very reliant on a tidal wave from Homura, or Floops finding an insane angle that no one sees coming, or FYS hitting an insane ulti. So either way, for either of these teams, the go buttons are very minimal.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal, and I think you're right. I think the Poppy does round out that comp very well. And kind of, stuffs in that Zac as you talked about. But again, I want to see, can TMGD take advantage of the fact that Poppy is topside in this early and mid game? Can they take advantage of, hey, Poppy's not going to be here at this dragon fight, this first dragon fight, or maybe even the second dragon fight, right? Can we take advantage of the power that Zac has and the engage that Zac has? But also, I mean, Janna, one of the best disengaged champs that exists.
Yeah.
Howling Gale, Monsoon, Zephyr. I mean, just all absolutely great tools that can be used. Of course, the spell shield on Sivir and that ultimate, another great thing to do. So we'll have to see. I think execution comes down to it. But of course, I do always like to ask at every cast, how are you feeling? Which draft do you want to give the edge to on paper?
I think I have to give a slight edge to TMGD, just because I think Nami is an incredibly underutilized support in pro play. I think the sustain she provides in lane is incredibly good for taking slightly more aggressive trades, forcing slightly more awkward backs, getting that just slight edge in the laning phase. And I think Zac is also incredibly underutilized as well. I think he's been insanely good for quite a bit of time. And yeah, even with a lot of just the ability to stuff him into a locker that OMG has between that Poppy and that Janna, he's still going to be able to find value because he's Zac, because he's such a beefy tank, and he's going to be so difficult outside of Source Walker for this OMG team to actually get through.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. And I think, of course, when you look at it on paper, I definitely question, how's Rover going to do? Is he going to be able to shut down Night Ravens like we expect, like it should happen? Or is Night Ravens just going to mechanically outplay him with the experience in the matchup? We'll see.
I do think Rover has been very quiet in this series so far, has not had as much of a standout performance, hasn't been on one of those top 3 all-star teams like we saw everyone else was, or not all everyone else, but a lot of the other members of the squads were, doesn't have a lot of those accolades, and is playing into a matchup that Night Ravens is a high-ranked, high-skill player. He's very good. We expect that coming into this game, that Night Ravens is coming ahead in these matchups, and we haven't seen anything out of Rover that says that he can really make that upset happen. And I want to see something like that happen in this game with such an advantageous matchup for himself, just to say, hey, I can win this 1v1. I can shut down Night Ravens. I can give my team another avenue for victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we see how this matchup plays out. Of course, Sion has a lot of pressure, not taking a lot of damage, especially with that shield. But Fizz able to get the push, able to move that wave forward faster. Getting some good trading on here. You gotta imagine
the Oriana autos.
Yeah, you gotta imagine they'll maintain prio, of course, in this mid lane for a while. Looking at the junglers, we do have pathing differences. Something I want to point out: Floops pathing towards his bot side versus Source Walker pathing towards his top side. As some heavy trading going on in the mid lane here already. As another stun coming out from Ftome. Who knew? Who knew Sion was a pocket pick here?
A lot of these mid laners are not as experienced timing up the Sion knockup, which means that Epitome can get a lot of these quick knockups, get up to auto with a grass proc off, maybe a little shield bash work in there as well. It can make life a little difficult for FYS, so we're going to have to see him play a little bit more safe, I think, in this early game, especially where, you're going to provide a little bit of pressure, as Crushing Rock is going to eat that bouncing blade, the heal forced out of Homura. Very difficult spot.
Procomp's given us 57% towards
I have to imagine the Poppy Fiora matchup is heavily in favor for OMG, and even just the Sion Oriana, I think, probably in favor of Sion in Procomp's mind.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, Night Raven is still taking some decent trades. The recent change to Fiora, making her Q a flat 20 mana all the way across, of course, giving her much better staying power in lane. Of course, the heavy mana user
-1
for a
FYS.
larger run. Oh no.
Gonna eat a knock up here. Epitome does quite a bit of damage,
Uh,
and Fist is gonna be forced to flash there. That shield pop plus another auto definitely would have found a kill. So this is the worry that Sion can do in the early game. He out sustains you, he out shields you, and he can out trade you. A Sourcewalker maybe looking for
oh.
something, doesn't want to flash under tower versus the Orianna, so just ends up taking that one out.
Yeah, and just look, I mean, Scion already up 9 CS, forcing the TP out from Fizz here so far. I just, great pocket pick. TMGD wasn't ready.
Yeah, I'm be interested to see how this one ends up scaling out in terms of the future play. We're gonna have to keep our eyes on this mid lane matchup a lot, as like we said, Fist already down about 14 CS, a wave and a bit. Is able to get this wave away from Turret, so we'll be able to manipulate this wave in the way that he wants to, but I always worry when I see Phase Rush Orianna. I know it's good defensively. It stops you from eating a lot of damage versus the Scion, but you lose a lot of damage from something like Comet, like Area, or even like Dark Harvest Electrocute if you want to play a little bit more aggressive. It just means that your pressure versus this tank is going to be all that much lesser.
Right. Absolutely. As we see, talking about this bot lane as, Crushing Rock looks like he's going to catch up here, be up maybe 1 or 2 CS, but,
Oh, -1. Crushing Rock. Too many cannons
damn,
missed tonight. Too many cannons missed tonight.
Of course, both top laners having some resets. Night Ravens being able to get that cheater recall off, getting those waves in early. Still retains his TP.
Oh, Leslie. I see something in someone's inventory. I see a pair of boots. I see that good pair of boots, that symbiotic souls for Epitome.
Yeah, as you know what?
Scion is going to be moving.
Yeah, I love that a lot here, actually. I mean, I think naturally you're already so tanky early on here, as Epitome just kind of gets to run at him. Not a whole lot this can do here. Those boots absolutely giving enough pressure. And I think it's funny, too, because, of course, Fizz abused them in game number 2, and now we have the opportunity for Epitome to abuse them. However, this does look like our bot lane prio will translate to this drag. Of course, Brand looking to trade the grubs. Those grubs very easily taken by Brand, that passive doing a ton of damage, as we do see the first set of neutral objectives being traded off.
Yeah, a big deal for them to be able to get that, because I think Sivert so good at clearing waves means that you should be able to get to that tower more frequently and try to get those early plates. If you get those first 3 grubs, you can get those plates easier. Even Poppy versus Fiora, just denying Fiora the ability to have those grubs is a really big deal, and stopping her from being able to bully Poppy out and get that extra pressure on the tower. Very important. So I like the Brand focusing down those grubs first. It's an early mountain dragon. Yeah, it feels bad that your Scion doesn't get it, and it feels a little bad that the Zac gets it, but outside of that, you're feeling pretty okay, as Fist is going to eat a lot of damage here from Sourcewalker. Gets a shockwave back. Sourcewalker forced to flash out. It's going to be caught Scion ulti by Floops, but now stuck inside that cell division. It's just going to be gifted first blood over to Sourcewalker.
Yeah, and that's just that ability to move here. Of course, Blush losing a wave bot side, but just that additional pressure and being able to rotate over. And, it almost looks like a decent look at first, but Homura may be in a little bit of trouble, but just going to walk out there. And yeah, just great pickup for the side of OMG. I mean, I think they capitalized great on that. Floops just maybe not recognizing everything that was going on there. And of course, the ability of Epitome to just kind of ultimate in there that, just, I don't know what else to say. I mean, it was just a great pickup there by OMG.
Yeah, it was a good turnaround, I think, especially because it looked like TMG might have had an opportunity to turn around with Floops coming in, with Fist hitting a decent ulti onto Sourcewalker. But they're just too tanky. They're just too tanky, as Epitome is just, even with just the Ruby Crystal Thorn Shield in inventory, he just doesn't take enough damage from Fist in the early game to care about the damage. This is the issue with that tier 1st Orianna build. You don't apply early pressure, and you allow Scion those first 6, 7 levels of free scaling, and now he's got that passive already stacked up so nicely. It's going to make life so difficult for Fist.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do see, I mean, Night Ravens just kind of showing I guess just the experience here, right? Up a good amount of CS playing well as Floop's gonna get in, but
Nice
stuffed.
cancel by
Ooh.
Rover. Still going to be pulled back in by Floops. The Grand Jewel is issued. Night Ravens dodges out on that Keeper's Verdict as well, but Rover walking towards the wall smartly, denying that last true damage proc will mean that the Poppy gets to walk out safely.
Yeah, but that's Flash. I mean, hey, I think, it was a great catch there by Zach on the stretching strikes. Of course, being stuffed, the slingshot not going to go through. But hey, that's now a Poppy without Flash. And unfortunately, the wave was not in a great spot for him, as we do see a big I'm wasted in the chat here. Yeah, we'll have to see this wave not in a great spot for Rover, especially with that gank there going. So we'll have to see if Night Ravens, with TP up, able to continue to take advantage of that. This bot lane duo just kind of very passive. Crushing Rock up a little bit in CS, but not a whole lot going on.
Ooh, Floops looking for potential engage, but Epitome, yeah, just kind of sidesteps it. He's feeling comfortable, He's playing Scion. He's gonna pop ulti. He's gonna run away very quickly, but he's Scion. He's fine.
Yeah, not a whole lot of extra damage that could be done there. Of course, the Seer's going to locate some of those wards, and this is what you're talking about. That push by, Sivir really being able to create pressure. The BF sword really putting it in there, and especially we'll see how the build goes, but especially if they can get to that Essence Reaver as a little bit of a pause, but we are going to go ahead and get that taken care of. Night Raven Seer building his lead ever so slowly, up 18 CS.
Yeah, and this is kind of what you expect early on in the game before Poppy can apply a ton of pressure. She gets a little bit bullied out early by the Fiora, but we expect it to become slightly more Poppy favored later into the game, especially once that first item comes through. Even the Thornmail on itself will make Night Raven's job a little bit more difficult, just forcing the Fiora to sustain that little bit less off the passive procs and off that Vamp Scepter. We do see first item completed for Source Walker, though, with that Leandries means that Floop, you don't get to play the game that much, even if you are building AP on the Zac this time around.
Yeah, we'll have to see what item. I imagine Leandri is probably going to be when it comes in as well. Of course, I'm able to just, they may be looking again.
Yeah, they're looking for Epitome. They know he doesn't have ulti, but he does have flash. The Let's Bounce pops.
Wow.
But do they have the damage to kill this guy? Shockwave will find one. Bubble not going to land. Floop's looking for a potential other engage, but it just feels a little bit like throw it at the wall and see what sticks. And that time, nothing stuck.
That was a lot wasted there that is now not going to be available to contest grubs. That's going to be the Let's Bounce ultimate from Zac, the Shockwave from Orianna. That just felt so forced. I think TMGD just showing some not so common poise. Here we go.
He's going to pop that Keeper's Verdict. A nice stuff onto the engage from Floops, and the Keeper's Verdict as well, denying the engage. Rover still gets caught by that bubble, but the Monsoon from Janna means that no potential engage will come through, so we'll get something out of the exchange at the very least. No Brand ulti, no Poppy ulti, so a couple of big cooldowns lost there, but not enough cooldowns lost to stop them from just turning onto these grubs.
Yeah, and I mean, how do you contest? I mean, Brand takes these so fast, and the Scion's still so tanky as they're looking to get a little bit of damage on, but it's just so split up. No real way to make this happen.
Finally, I get something to complain about in this game. Fizz went Scorch on the Orianna, and I think objectively, in a game like this, that is wrong. You are never out-pressuring this Scion in the early game. That Scorch is not going to provide enough damage for you to actually get a kill on him in the laning phase, or even like later in the game in the side lane. Gathering Storm would just do more for you.
It's like, if you're going to take Scorch, why didn't you take Ahri or Comet?
Or why didn't you take a Comet or even like Electrocute? Why didn't you play that more aggressive style? Why go for the phase rush if you're not going to play for the scaling?
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good point out. TMGD looking to pick up their second dragon. Of course, been prioritizing drags through the majority of the series. Of course, the last game, not a great example. But all of the
turns out when you lose early game pressure, you can't really take those dragons very well.
Yeah, absolutely. So of course TMGD is down about 1,000 gold right now. However, there's 2 dragons, making that not quite as bad looking. And like we said, a lot of these, man, Eptone just walking around getting plates. The Poppy has gone mid.
Swapping?
That is interesting. I don't I don't think they're swap. I think it's just more of a catching the wave, and they're going to swap back here.
Yeah, I
You
sure
can't
hope so.
imagine that's
Because
actually good.
with Rover building pure armor and Epitome building pure MR, I have to assume that they're going to try and stick these lane matchups out. Yeah.
Of course, it does look like they will likely give up at least a plate for Night Ravens, continuing to build up his lead 24 CS as nothing happening here. They're just potentially spotting out and clearing some vision. Of course, Sivir getting to the point now where she can just continue to push waves. We take a look at these gold leads, about 500 gold here. And the top side is, ooh, maybe something happened on bot here.
Used by Blush, Flash Monsoon from Panda to try and knock Homura back, but just nothing doing on that one. The tidal wave is used as well just to make sure that extra bit of defensiveness comes through. I have another thing to complain about because I saw it. When this gold comes down, you're going to see the support item in Panda's inventory is wrong. Zazek's Realm Spike is garbage. That item is really bad. You should just be building the Dreammaker one that Homura has because it provides so much utility and value that the Zazax really just does not give you.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you're playing Janna, and you're playing it definitely in a role that you really need to with the Zac and the Fiora, where you really want to help your team disengage and heal and shield, and that is not what it looks like right now. As Enemy is gonna get really close to taking down this turret. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Demolish Proc, that turret is just gone. This first turret over to OMG. The decider of the three feats might actually end up being first 3 kills, which is something that honestly never happens. As Crushing Rock, not a ton of mana, but is looking to play aggressive here. But Epitome now in the area. Flashes away from that bubble. Crushing Rock forced to flash, but that slow already landed. And now the unstoppable onslaught comes through. Epitome takes him down.
Yeah, you're in such a bad position there. I mean, I appreciate the flash, but like, he still has his ult. So like, what do you do? I mean, he already committed his flash. There's not a lot. I think in that position there, it might just be better to try to, Valkyrie's already down, so maybe just try to preserve your flash, knowing you're gonna die either way. But huge flash slingshot
for an all-in. It's the knockup on the Let's Bounce is gonna pull Blush back as well, and with another elastic slingshot, and TMGDK will knock down their first kill on the board.
Yeah, that was the flash slingshot pretty good here. It's Fist in some trouble.
Now in trouble. Shockwave, it goes absolutely nowhere. Flashes away the Archangel Shield. Might be enough. The burn's taking away. Fist has the health potion, taking the brand passive, and the Leandries will not do enough damage, and Fist will survive the exchange.
That was close. That was close. Yeah, that's a flash out. At least you're going to trade some flashes there. Of course, the wave's actually in a decent spot. Fist has TP. So all in all, not too bad here as Night Ravens gets a chance to hit on some turrets.
Yeah, chance of a little bit as Panda in the area. Night Raven senses that someone else is probably coming through, as there's no way a Janna's going to walk up to you without some sort of backup. So Night Ravens forced away there for the time being. The symbiotic souls coming through for Epitome means that recall comes through faster, the wave clear happens faster. It really is just gross, as OMG are going to look to pick up their third objective here with that Rift Herald, and I think that will give them the upgraded boots. That should be objective number 3. They already have first turret, so yeah, that will be free upgraded boots to them.
Yeah, they're just not really in a position to contest, and unfortunately for TMGD, as we see Night Ravens do a little bit of trading, like you said, that getting close to that one item powers like a ton of armor for Rover here. Of course, you're not winning those extended fights, but those short trades definitely still in your favor. The Ravenous Hydra being the first build, so until Night Ravens has some extra here is, I guess, this is a gank.
They're certainly looking for a little bit of pressure. They're gonna, do a bit of damage to Rover. It's gonna hurt his ego, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, just not a whole lot there. It's very interesting. I mean, they're trying to push up pressure, right? I mean, you're at this point, you really want to play around this dragon, and this could be where we see our first big team fight break out here in about 20 seconds as this dragon is spawning up. They're trying to get this bot pressure in as best they can right now.
It does really feel like after game 3, where TMG played a little for fun. They're like, okay, we kind of need to lock in here and actually win the series if we want to take home the trophy. So they're playing a little bit slower. They're playing a little bit more reserved here, as Herald is going to be summoned up in that mid lane. TP in from Fist is going to try and defend that turret, but now with Control Ward in the pit, Dragon's down to 7k. Scion ulting in. This is gonna be a fight. Homura potentially the target, but Epitome is just gonna crash into the wall to make sure he doesn't go too far forward. Crushing Rock doing some damage from over the wall. Floops with the Let's Bounce, but not doing a ton. The Scion eating quite a bit of damage, so losing a ton of his health bar as Fist still holding on to that shockwave, looking for a potential angle here. Manages to find it onto 2, but not onto the targets he was hoping for. Sourcewalker eats a little bit of a chunk, and they're just going to be forced out of the pit enough that TMGDK will head towards Ocean Soul Point.
Yeah, you know what? You don't get the kills there, but I think that was a great job of just controlling the zone, controlling that pass there in the river, and just allowing yourself to, you know what? We're just going to take the dragon. Yeah, the shockwave says, hey, I didn't kill you, but if you guys want to pressure forward, you're in trouble. And you know what? Very well played by TMGD. I think they give themselves an out. They give themselves a win con here, so to speak. They also give themselves choices, right? We talk about this a lot when you get to Soul Point, especially this early on at 19 minutes. Baron going to be spawning shortly after this Ocean Soul. Otacon going to be up. Gives you some choices and things to do. Of course, Otacon on the same side as the dragon, so maybe less so. As we see our roaming support here, Homura, ideally deciding that if the last Nami gank didn't seem to do a lot, so probably not going to get anything done this time. I do want to notice lane assignments.
How did we go from the bloodbaths in the first 3 games to now this, as Rover looking to get Fist in a bit of trouble here, but with that Q missing from Sourcewalker, everyone's just forced to walk away. Fist trying to get a shockwave in, but this Orianna build at this point does not do a ton of damage, especially to Rover, who, even without a ton of magic resist, is still fairly tanky on the Poppy.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to notice lane assignments, as Rover hasn't recalled yet, and Epitome went back top. So this should just be a tier 2 for Night Ravens. Unfortunate macro call.
It'll be a little harder.
Oh,
I think
maybe not.
Without the wave, yeah, it should give Rover time to just get back, and
I think that was,
Ravens will not have that.
I think that was a miss. I think if Ravens just wipes the wave there really quick, they could take that. But
yeah, Homura, get him, Homura. He's baiting so excellently, but he might be in trouble now. As Epitome's gonna pop that unstoppable rampage. Epitome flashes over the wall. A nice bubble from Homura, but Panda had the ignite on him the entire time and is gonna end up knocking him down. Zach is forced to jump away instead of in, and it's just not a great spot for TFG.
Yeah, I'm a little curious maybe what the thought process was there. Just Scion
just attempted bait. They were trying very hard, as Floops doesn't get either of the stretching strikes into Epitome, so he will just get a grass proc and walk away, and Fist is going to try and do damage, but he's going to end up eating a lot for it. It's the shockwave in onto Panda, flash forced from the Janna, so no summoners now available for her. Little bit of a vulnerable target, but if your vulnerable target is Janna, it's not exactly the spot you want to be in.
Yeah, look at the pressure that the Scion commits. Obviously Panda there too, but Floop's recognizing like, hey, the Epitome could just charge on this and get it done. And now with Sourcewalker here, they are going to get that tower anyway.
Looking for a potential engage. Flashes out. Does have that Cell Division passive, so we'll stay alive. The Grand Challenge is issued and popped, and they're shut down over to Night Ravens. That Fiora true damage coming in huge versus the tank. So we'll get something out of it, even though they end up losing their turret. OMG still commanding control of the map currently, as now with TMG coming through as 5, the rest of OMG is forced to scatter.
Yeah, of course. Although we do see the Rover pick down on the spot side, get that tower. Gonna be some extra gold going over to them. Although Night Ravens did pick up a kill there, continuing to scale here on the Fiora. The split pushing going to be something that we need to pay attention to as the game goes on. Here too, I think this is going to be another tower pickup for Night Ravens, as Rover not committing the TP yet. Should just be able to take this down, and that's going to be some more gold over, as he's 50 CS up. He's got a kill, and he's got a couple of towers under his belt now.
Yeah, well, that should be probably Eternity Force completed for the Fiora. A fairly big deal for her, especially in that side lane. Applying a ton more turret pressure, especially. He's going to make her life a lot easier in the 1v1 versus the Poppy, who did pick up the Sundered Sky first item. It's not my personal favorite. I think, especially in a game like this, you can just kind of go full tank when you have the Brand and the Sivir as your 2 damage profiles. They do enough when you get late enough into the game, but you don't really need the damages. Night Ravens is going to parry that stun away from Sourcewalker, so managing to escape with his life there, but TMG really wants this Ocean Dragon, as it will net them soul, and Fiora with Ocean Soul, Zac with Ocean Soul. I don't care how much tank shred you have. These guys are going to be unkillable.
Yeah, and it sucks. Of course, Night Raven using their TP on the previous play, so not able to go split push, which is like the ideal way you'd want to play this, right? Is like try to draw pressure. But yeah, we'll have to see. Fizz, notably not here. So this is going to be something that TMGD is going to have to hold on and wait.
They have to play for time, which I think they're fine with doing. Corki is providing plenty of poke, and again, the sustain from Nami means they'll be able to heal up. Floops is going to eat quite a bit of damage as Epitome tries to get in with the ulti, but ends up missing the target there. Crushing Rock forced to dash over the wall. Epitome potentially in a bit of trouble here. He's going to eat a lot of damage, and he will get knocked down. Now to the backline is Rover, looking for some damage on Homura, but you're just a lone Poppy. Even with those crits from the Sundered Sky, you're not going to be doing enough. Floops also managing to escape with his life somehow on the other side of the fight. Rover will eventually get picked up here as Crushing Rock is going aggressive. One more rocket to the face, and Source Walker goes down as well. Shut down over to Night Ravens. Blush and Panda now on the run, and TMG have found their angle to take the fight. Can they finish it off, though? Barrier from Blush, it's not enough. Fist has the damage, wants to chase down Panda, but that Jan is just a little too damn quick. Not quick enough, though. The ball comes through. It's an ace for TMG, and that's going to net them Ocean Soul.
Holy cow, talk about a teamfight turnaround. OMG just absolutely running a majority of these skirmishes, and Night Ravens coming in, helping take down that Scion. The Grand Challenge doing so much work there, and just kind of opening up the team fight as well. You know, something that OMG definitely split up there as Rover kind of spent everything on trying to kill Homura and it not being successful. And that's definitely some tools not used to help win the rest of the team fight, you know? So a little bit split up there, and whew, are they punished by that Ocean Soul.
I'm going to call back to something I said at the top of the day. OMG, 5 strong fingers. They are great players, and they work okay, decently well together. TMG is the hand. They play excellently together, and they are good enough that they can make up for whatever lack in skill they have. As you can see in this fight, it started off decently for OMG. They thought they had a pick, but as soon as Epitome misses that ulti, the fight's all over.
Yeah, I agree. And then, like I said, just unfortunately, the Floops getting out here is just it's got to be frustrating, right? The Howling Gale just missing. And then, of course, Rover just overcommitting here and able to get shut down by Crushing Rock. And then the team kind of almost trying to come to his rescue and in turn getting caught out as well. And Night Ravens ahead just enough to be able to get enough damage here down onto Blush. As we see some fighting going on the bot side here on live. Ooh. As Poppy, Keeper's Verdict, very well timed, able to get him out. But we're to the point now.
Just a little early.
We're to the point now where Night Ravens definitely able to handle that 1v1.
Yeah, especially now with the Ocean Soul, you're not even going to be able to out-mana sustain the Fiora. You can't just take enough damage that eventually she'll run out of mana, because Ocean Soul, she's going to sustain mana forever. She's going to sustain health forever. You never win this 1v1 in the side lane now, and I'm going to be honest, it might even be a 2v1 win in terms of Night Raven's victory, as Fist is going to be able to sidestep the ulti from Epitome there. Blush in the area, spell shields the ultimate nicely, and Fist without a flash, without a hope, is going to go down in the top side. But in the meantime, Night Ravens hard forcing in the bottom lane, and Rover can't do enough to stop him. So to OMG, you have to make a call. Are you Baron, or are you turning around and defending your base?
Yeah, I do like Crushing Rock's movement here, recognizing, hey, but we can't contest Baron right this second. So what do we get for it? You know, as he did pressure, but they are going to go back and maybe see if they can poke something off this Baron.
They have Ocean Soul. They can poke forever. OMG, you're on a time limit. You're taking that Baron damage. You're taking that Baron shred. Ulti from Homura doesn't find too much value, but Floops with that Let's Bounce is getting plenty. The Monsoon is going to keep Epitome alive for just a little bit longer. The sustain keeping the Scion up when the Baron resets, and OMG will be forced on the run.
Yeah, great play by TMG, just really forcing them off the Baron, and then the 3v4.
Be careful.
As he's not
careful.
He's not. He wants more. He wants
Why is
more.
he not afraid? That's a brand and a Sivir. You can't just walk up to this. You can't just walk up to this.
Apparently you can.
How? And now with the Ocean Soul in tow, TMG are just going to turn around and say, hey, you have a Baron? No, we have a Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, this Corki getting to the point now that Shred really able to still takes a minute, but definitely getting some damage into Epitome. As that's it. That's a Baron over to TMGD, and now you have to deal with this Fiora, 70 CS ahead, 2-0-3, with Baron in your side lane. You have to deal with an Orianna who yes, despite being picked off and pressured by this Scion all game, also going to be a threat in the side lane. And then you have to deal with the fact that, Crushing Rock and Hamura have been very solid, very safe. Floop's giving a lot of protection for them in those fights. Baron it's just going to be rough. I struggle to see how OMG can come back in this game. The gold seems relatively even, but the stats, the objectives,
so much value.
Exactly. It's too much. I don't know.
I think it's very similar to game 3, where once this soul came through, it became a matter of how does TMG throw it more than how does OMG win it. I do still think there are angles for OMG. We're not at the late game stage that TMG was in last game, where they just couldn't find any angles. Regardless of how skilled they were, Sever has anti-heal, Brand has anti-heal. These are two of the best healing reduction appliers in the entire game, so they will still be able to keep the Ocean Soul sustain down at the very least and reduce it. But the fact that two of your big damage dealers, and honestly two of your only damage dealers, are forced to build the utility item in that anti-heal, it really doesn't feel great for them when they really need to be hitting their big 3-item spikes.
Yeah, of course, keep an eye on this top side. I know, Sourcewalker is clearing some camps out, but of course the pressure that this Fiora is able to draw, especially with Baron. Voracious Otagon, going over to the side.
This game.
Yeah, as Night Raven, just look at the damage coming through on those vital procs. But look at it. Look at the pressure.
Oh my god, the vital procs. He's gonna pop the ulti. Night Raven is just gonna take the solo. He's playing Fiora as well, so he might just be able to get out even with the sustain and CC from Panda. Has the flash, has the dash. And yeah, you're stuck in turret range, but with Hamura and Fist in the area, Night Raven is just gonna walk out scot-free. Yeah. Oh lord.
And that is a Poppy down. Will be able to teleport as Elder is spawning, but again, so much damage
engage, stuffed away by Panda again. Epitome in the front line, taking up a lot of damage, but he just doesn't have the health bar to get through as Night Raven shreds him to pieces. Now on a rampage, but Fist is going to start to withdraw as that Brand ult was putting in the work. The health bar is very low for TMGDK, but it doesn't even matter if they go down.
Oh my god, Crushing Rock is
not going to go down without a fight as Blush is forced back. Can't even get the withdraw out of him. Did get the barrier, but that's really it, as the Ocean Soul hitting good for TMG in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Crushing Rock really turning back and almost causing a real problem here.
Oh, Panda missed the tornado, and that's a dead Janna. Hamura gets the supportal combat 1v1. Well, 2v1, but close enough. Give him the credit.
Yeah, Night Raven just TPing to that tower and saying, hey, come answer me immediately, as the team turns towards Elder.
Yeah, and can there even be a potential challenge on this Elder? I mean, Sourcewalker is alive. He's going to start walking there, but the Elder take is so quick. Between Fist, Floop's Leandries, both of their Leandries, and the Corki, it's just gone in a flash.
Yeah, I mean, you have no vision. Sourcewalker going to hey, I'm going to try to get my blue buff, and maybe he's trying to finish an item here before game gets going, but there's just so much pressure. That Baron absolutely applied so much pressure and just preed for this Elder, and you are already starting to lose fight. Crushing Rock just absolutely pumping damage now, as you know what, we're going to see that teleport by Fist, the 4-1 going to come through, and
maybe being a bit over aggressive, but he has the Otacon revive, so even if he dies here, even if his passive were to go down, he would also be able to get through as the shockwave onto the back line. Sourcewalker gets blasted by the dragon, shut down over to the Simmer though, as the Otacon revive has fallen off. A double kill though to Fist on the side. The Orianna putting into work. Hamura trying to stay away from Epitome as much as possible. Fist, can you get the damage off onto Blush? The dragon comes through, killing spree for Fist. Epitome will be the next to fall, but he's got a lot of sustain in his kit, so it will be a little while before he goes. But there he goes. A double and a double for Fist. Night Ravens in the base. It's all over. TMGDK will be your Winter 2025 Vanquisher Split Champions.
Holy cow. Talk about putting it on here in game number 4. Woo! TMGD taking it down. Absolutely clinical at the end there. Great 4-1 split. Great use of Elder. That is not our victory. We will back off of this graphic here in just a moment as TMGD takes it down, and they continue to prove best team in the winter split for Vanquisher here. Absolutely great turnaround. You know, I think game 3, a little blip in there. Otherwise, great series. We just got to show credit. Omega Gaming Goobers, you guys played very well today. I mean, you guys had an incredible run to get to grand finals here. Definitely don't discount that. I think game 3, you guys coach, whoever called that draft out, absolutely incredible job. Excuse
100%.
me.
Now, I have to issue a formal apology here because earlier on in the season, I had a minor altercation with one of the members of TMGDK after their round of 12 seeding decider matches. They were complaining that one of the teams took it a little bit too seriously in their eyes, quote unquote, too seriously. And I was like, hey, well, you know, the seeding, it does matter. Getting to pick your opponent matters. And they said, nah, it doesn't matter. We'll win the finals anyway. And I was like, I mean, I'm not sure, but okay, after what I saw in that best of ones, I'm not 100%. You proved me wrong. I throw my hands up to you. That was an impressive performance. And I have to say, they looked good every game outside of game 3.
Yeah, and let's be honest, game 3, just from a draft perspective, was so hard to play out. Like, definitely tough. So something I like to do. Looks like we may end up getting an interview. We will find that out here in a moment. But of course, looking. Oh, we are going to get Homura
here as a
the goat,
interview here.
my goat.
I'm gonna say it. I know it's not something we officially vote on or something that we decide to do. Homura's my finals MVP. And speak of the devil, he shall appear. Cash, aka Homura, congratulations on finding the victory here for your team. A decisive 3-1 victory in finals. How you feeling after that?
Oh, pretty good, honestly. It wasn't like shaky, but like the loss definitely, you know, kind of woke us up, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I did say in the draft that the game 3 draft did feel a little bit like, hey, let's just flex on him. Let's just pick no damage with a Kale and scale up and win somehow.
Yeah, it was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying we said the same thing. We're like, was that just like we're just that much better than you guys, so it doesn't matter what we pick? And then, like you said, it kind of woke you up. You're like, okay, like we are better, but we have to actually pick relevant things to win the game.
So the actual explanation is, we went into it with like 3 things in mind, and we kind of derailed ourselves because I said, we know I'm a really flexible player. Like I can play most champs in both roles I play. So I said that I would do a Vel'Koz takeaway, and we would just play Jhin Vel'Koz and roll bot. But then we were discussing our jungle pick, and we didn't want to end up with Darius and Vel'Koz on the same team and have no engage.
Fair.
But then we ended up not taking either. So
yeah,
I think if I had just gone Jhin Vel'Koz that game, we would have just like closed it out really cleanly.
Yeah. Obviously, I want to give some praise here. Game 1, the Lulu performance. Your guys' 2v2 performance. Absolutely incredible. I mean, definitely, you know, player of that game for sure. I think it was a great way to come out of the series and kind of a great way to put a staple on, hey, we're here to win this. Like, you guys better step it up. And I mean, how did you feel after game 1?
I think it was like instant confidence. Like, I mean, because in our seeding matches, we played to I mean, like we kept on saying in the chat, like we didn't really care about our seeding matches. We didn't want to show anything like pocket pick. And this was the one team that we completely rolled.
I took the L for that. I'll be real. I took the L for that.
Yeah, we like literally just played to whatever, and we beat them with them having their, I don't want to say better, but their starter ADC. And we even gave them like Jinx. We gave them everything they wanted, and we beat them. So coming into it and just winning on our like normal picks, it was just like oh yeah, we got this in the bag. Like I mean, we both played kind of not like similar comps exactly, but pretty standard comps, I should say, and we beat them pretty easily. I guess it's not a spoiler anymore. But one of our plans going into this, again, I'm a pretty flexible player, and I do play like carry jungles. We were considering going B1, Master Yi, and me just playing jungle. That was like
we talked about that on the desk of going blue side game 5 and picking the Master Yi ULA. We're glad to have called that one out.
Yeah, my logic was to do it in game 1,
Oh.
But I guess either way, it was like, okay, but if we did a game one, we would have had whatever comp we wanted. And I mean, at this point, we already won, so we can't really ruin any further draft plans. But same thing we did against Half Orc Barbarians. We were going to leave everything open. And if they take Vel'Koz and Gwyn and we get Master Yi, like, what do they have left? Like, that's like a real thorn in the side, right? But we ended up just playing standard and winning anyways, so I think it worked out.
Yeah. So how
Yeah,
does
it sounds like
Go
you
ahead.
came into this series with a lot of draft prep in mind. Was that a lot on the player side? Was a lot of like the 5 main players coming through and making that draft prep together, or did you have somebody else behind the scenes who was helping you out and making sure that the draft prep went well?
Oh no, yeah. I was originally DK's coach. So when it comes to like pointing out specific things, that's usually like my job, but Fist does all the scouting and whatnot. And after he like looks at scouting, he comes up with a basic draft plan and then like we usually talk about it for quite a while. And so like the take everything away thing was like my idea for this team. Half Orc Barbarians, I don't really remember who floated the idea, but we had sort of talked about it before anyways. Like, can we just take the Cho'Gath? Can we just take the Darius? And we were like, we could just take like everything. We'd even planned on taking 4 of his picks in game 1 originally, but obviously didn't play out that way.
Yeah, that series was an absolute. A lot of people said that should have been the final.
That was
series.
finals. Yeah, that was easily finals.
And it was great. I mean, I won't throw any shade to Ninja. The Garen jungle game was a little questionable.
But that wasn't even on him though.
Absolute.
He
Not
performed.
really. He did perform. It just didn't comp-wise. It didn't seem to line up well enough.
Yeah.
To get anything done. But again, you guys had an absolutely amazing split. I do want to talk one more thing. How did you guys feel about, or what was maybe what were comms like or things like that? Night Ravens had a couple of like absolute monster outplays and monster plays. Game 1 specifically, the 3v1 and bot side where he was able to buy so much time for you guys to take Baron, and he was able to kind of pick up and still trade a kill out. I mean, just I guess how has he been as kind of that star top player for you guys throughout the split?
Yeah, like I don't want to throw people under the bus, but like our last split, we were always like weaker in the top side. This split having Ravens is like definitely an upgrade because he will blind any champ. Like he says it every time. Like we might do one cover ban, but you guys have seen it time and time again. He'll blind Ambessa, he'll blind Jax, he'll blind Camille, he'll blind Fiora. Like it does not matter. He doesn't care about counterpick at all. He says he'll play into anything, it's fine. And then either he like wins lane or occasionally maybe like once a set he'll just solo die in like a winning lane and go, oh, I'm trolling. But then he bounces back anyways. Like he ends up like one of our games, I think it was an ADL last night. We started out with like a slight loss, and then we had both solos up 3 levels randomly like 20 minutes later. You know what I mean? It's like our solos are really good at getting resources. And I won't say they never die. They obviously get caught now and then. But most of the time we're good at playing the map. Like we're not doing anything special. Like this isn't like, you know what I mean? Like hidden cooked up stuff. We're just pretty fluid. Like that this game was a really good example. If you watch the first 10 minutes, 15 minutes, we were probably losing most of it, but they let us get 3 dragons. And like the secret to macro here that I think a lot of teams don't recognize is nothing matters if you can get 3 dragons. You could be down like 10k gold and that's all the macro you need.
Yeah,
as long as you get the
so
dragon
many
soul,
options.
that's what matters.
Yeah, you have so many options with that for sure. And I think,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but of course, shout out to you, shout out to TMGG. You guys had an incredible split. Of course, there was a lot of hate coming in, but you guys proved everybody wrong. Absolutely dominant performance. Like I said, it was a banger series last week. Great series for you guys this week. And then just once again, congratulations on taking down Vanquisher this year.
Yep. Yeah, thank you so much. I didn't realize other people on my team wanted to be in here. I don't know if that's an option, but you know, they're
I think it's
yappers
a
in general. They
little.
want to yap
It
in
might
here.
be a little too late. I don't want to keep our producers up forever,
Yeah,
but we
of
do
course.
appreciate the entirety of the TMG squad for their support, not only for the Titan streams in general, but also for their success coming through this split. But I think that is going to be it for us tonight. You can join us tomorrow for the I believe I'm trying to remember. Is it the Immortal finals that are happening tomorrow?
Conqueror
finals that are happening tomorrow. And after that, on Friday, there will also be, I believe, a very large episode of the Titan After Dark podcast. So if you guys want to tune in for that one, it should be quite exciting. You will get to see more of Cash, aka Homura, aka our In Our Hearts finals MVP from this series. But I think with that, we're going to call it a night. We appreciate you all so much for joining us and for being here for the entirety of the split with us at Titan Vanquisher. I am What's It Pretty. That's Leslie, our producer and observer, Golden and Loki, making sure everything runs as smoothly as it possibly can throughout the entirety of the stream. And on behalf of everyone here at Titan, thank you all so much for joining us. Have a good night.